I have to look at perspective. I've been serving on the Powell Area Water Authority since becoming chair. And when it rains, they are truly grateful. So I've learned to appreciate the rain when it falls. And there's also some spiritual elements of rain as well that I feel too. Thank you everyone for joining us this morning. I'm happy that we have the ability to come together and to partake in what I'm hoping will be an annual occurrence of our board with this retreat. This gives us an opportunity to reflect on the prior year, to recharge and to renew our energy and our effort towards moving this county forward, not only as a board, but as a government. And I'm grateful to the staff that is here with us today. We have a treat before us, everyone, with our presenters who are here to help us with today's activities. And I tried to distill their bios in my notebook, but because of their impressive backgrounds, I feel like I just have to read it. So you can hear who we have the pleasure of working with this morning. First, we have Ms. Clara Axon, who is here to my right, who is a magna cum laude graduate of Duke University and holds a law degree from the University of Michigan. Go Wolverines! Grew up in Michigan, so appreciate that.
Sorry, Clara.
She is a stalwart in all things progressive here in Atlanta. She has served as director of the Atlanta Office of Enterprise for Community Partners, which invested more than $175 million in grants, equity, and debt to support community development and affordable housing in Atlanta. Prior to directing that office, she was project director for Mechanicsville Community Learning Collaborative, an enterprise education initiative funded by a $12.5 million grant from the Annenberg Foundation. I'm going to fast forward, but with that role, she was successful in transforming the community and in revitalizing the neighborhood as being a school-centered neighborhood. She's also served as Deputy Superintendent of Operations for the Chief of Staff of the Atlanta Public School System. Prior to that, she was President and CEO of the Corporation for Olympic Development in Atlanta, where she directed the design and construction of pedestrian corridors and parks and the installation of 37 works of public art. Prior to that, she was principal in a national management consulting practice, which provided significant directions to cities, counties, school systems, and airports in the development of minority and disadvantaged business programs and employment initiatives. She has served in the cabinets of 2 mayors, Mayor Jackson and Andrew Young, with responsibility for the administrative services of the city, including human resources, labor relations, fleet management, purchasing, and general services. All that being said, I'm very grateful I had the opportunity to meet this woman when I was an intern with the EEOC when I was in law school. And I remember the name when I was speaking to Doug Hooker about potential facilitators for today. He said, I definitely need to have my colleague there. And she took the time to impart upon a young, impressionable student the work that she was doing. And you have this black and white poster that just, we had this poster, this diagram that just talked about the inner workings of community together. And I remember that and just appreciate you being with us today and hoping to move our board along. Seated next to her is someone that we're also grateful to have with us is Doug Hooker, who is a scholar.
Why can't you be like Mrs.
I'm a kid, so I didn't know that.
He's not feeling the love chair.
None other than David Hooker. He knows Doug Hooker. I'll take it today. He is a scholar and practitioner and appointed professor of the practice of conflict transformation and peace building. And just a powerhouse. He's an experienced mediator, facilitator, and peace builder who has worked with communities, governments, and international NGOs and civil society organizations on post-conflict community building, environmental justice, and other public policy and social justice matters across the U.S. and the world. He is also an attorney who has represented the state of Georgia as an assistant AG, and he has taught courses in negotiation, mediation, conflict resolution, conflict analysis, trauma healing, conflict transformation. We need you, especially in these days and times. He is a graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta and also the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Emory University School of Law, and the Candler School of Theology. And there's much more that I can share about his experience, but he also comes highly recommended, and I am looking forward to having him here with us. Here we look on the screen, he leads Counter Stories Consulting. We have a wonderful program here, and also entering the room was our former chair, Sam Owens, who will also help to kick off this meeting. But before I go to him, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Axon, and we'll go from there.
Now, the first thing you have to understand, I'm just the second thing you have to understand is we like to have fun when we do this, because I mean, I do something wild for a lifetime. You have fun with it.
Claire,
The mic.
where's the mic?
Gotta be close enough that you can hear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start off with some basic housekeeping kind of stuff. Before we bring this down. Is that right? Well, when I turn it.
Is that gonna be
Is that close enough now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is that,
Yeah, yes, that's good. Okay. Thank you. So, we do something called a 20-second wrap. I had to name this because we were doing so many different groups. People were wanting to give us a dissertation. We really would get to read it today. But for me and David, you all know each other. If you would, whoever wants to start, we're going to start. Give us your name, your history, how long you've been on the commission, and then which one of these Richard Priors best express who you are today and in this moment. And by the way, what drove you here? So I'll take a volunteer. What drove you to that expression today? Yes. You know, like.
Just one?
Just one. You can only pick one in this moment. In this moment. Volunteer. Go ahead. Yes.
I don't even know which one. Jericho Richardson, District 2, 1 year. The hard part. Maybe 3.
Maybe 3? Okay. What drove you there? What sent you to number 3?
I think that was the expression I was making when I started the. I'm gonna go with 3.
All right.
But just there's a lot going on. And there are a lot of different dynamics.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's like in that expression, what do you want me to do? Or it could be so and so, or it could be, well, I guess you have to do what I do. So I feel 3 embraces that.
Okay. All right. This is not what you are this morning. Yes.
Joan Earl, District 3, Cobb County Commissioner. I'm the senior commissioner. You're more or less the I'm the oldest and I have the longest tenure. This is my 12th year, my 3rd term. So got another race to run. I think number 4 is for those of you who were at our meeting or watched our meeting last night, they can get pretty contentious, and that's like, what in the world What's going on here? So I think, our meetings and public input and things like that drove me to number 4.
Okay. All right, somebody else? Go ahead.
Monique Sheffield, District 4, 1 year. I'm going to say number 1 because I think that number 1, that expression will carry me through the entire term. So I think number 1 is will capture everything perfectly for me, dealing with constituents and everything that the job entails. So.
I want you to know that's usually the expression I take after I've been grandma to my 5-year-old. I just want you to know that's the one. Thank you.
Kelly Campbell, District 1, in my 4th year. And I would pick number 8, because we had this conversation a year ago, and here we are back having the same conversation this year. So it's like, okay, we didn't implement what we did last year. Really do it this year. I mean, I hope so, as you know, said, we've got some issues on the board based on issues that can change, but I'm very excited.
Okay, accept your skepticism. I will tell you though, having done this now for some 40 some odd years, public, private, and public sector and nonprofit, you got to do this regularly. It's not static, and because the world is not static, and stuff happens. And so I'm glad to see that you're doing it. And I hear the second part. We didn't get done what we said we were going to do last time. And that made me follow the conversation as well. So thank you for the correct speaking and expressing it. And I hope all of you carry that because it's something that I hope will apply to the conversations. What's going to make it happen? It's one thing to sit and retreat and have what I call table effect. We don't come together and have a good time. It's like, then you got to do it. You got to do what you said you're going to do. Did we get everybody?
No.
The chair!
Can I pick 2?
Yes, what do you want to pick?
That just kind of shows you how I am. A combination of 6, 7.
Oh, can you pick 2 people?
2 people.
Oh, no, that's not fair. You have to pick one.
Okay. Let me get back to the first exercise. Executed chairwoman of the county. I've been on this board for 10 years. Which makes you higher in my
In this moment.
Yes, in this moment. For my personal life, I would say number 7.
Okay. And what drove you to number 7? Or what drives you to number 7?
Because considering all that I've seen from our board and in our community, I always am hopeful. I always believe that greater days are ahead. And I have to renew my mind to that every day. And this year has been transformational for me. The start of this year, as far as reflecting on the past year, particularly when I had COVID a couple weeks ago, and just having to just succumb to that vulnerability physically, I just got up from that just with gratefulness. And even though things are tough, we've been through so many tough things that I'm just grateful. It doesn't mean I don't have a combination of those spaces.
Oh, everybody.
Everybody. I'm just at a place where I still am positive about what the future holds.
Thank you. We always, as facilities, kind of check in on each other when we start some things because it's important. But I understand that, David didn't have his coffee this morning. Or, Claire fell over the electrical cord or, what's going on. And it just sort of helps to kind of know where people are. And you're right. we are all of us are all of these expressions at different times. So, thank you for going along with that for me. We have a couple of guidelines about working together, and I hope you can appreciate them. The first one is we're going to ask everybody today to listen actively. Listen actively. That means that all those things that are running around in your head, we all have them. I have actually named the voices in my head, 50 things that I need to get done. The fact that I need to go to the grocery store, Kelly, all those things, those voices, turn them off. Just turn them off for a minute. Catch yourself talking to them. Shut them up. I have one named Soapbox. Sometimes he gets on the soapbox and I can't get that little sucker quiet no matter what I do. So listen actively. I'm going to ask you, these next two are really important. Listen to understand. Most of us don't do that. I raise my kids with this one every now and then. They want to say something. Mommy, you're not listening to understand. Listen to understand. To really understand what you're saying and what you hear. Most of us listen to reply. Most of us listen to be able to present our case or our position. We all do it. We all do it. Really work to listen to understand. That means you have to release the need to be right. You can't try on something new unless you release the need to be right. Let it go for a minute and try to understand. I'm going to ask you to be willing to participate fully. Try it on. Now, there's some of you, I suspect, that are shy and tiring, right? And so you won't speak up. I, of course, am giving decisions. We're going to ask you to share the air. If you turn around and see someone who's being quiet and saying anything, tone it down and say, I'm wondering what your thoughts are. So share the air. And of course, the last one is to let the cell phone. We're going to take some breaks and there'll be an opportunity to check messages, calls, and that kind of thing. Everybody okay with the ground? Okay. Let me tell you that David and I are your warm-up for your sessions tomorrow. We take a kind of a different approach when we're facilitating. We're going to hopefully give you some context to build on the skills, more skills-based kind of facilitation that you're going to have tomorrow. So we will be discussing and putting things on the table. May not be any right or wrong answers, but building that context, which is very different from talking about leadership qualities and that kind of thing. But hopefully, it's going to give you a context that you can use when you apply things that you're doing in the next 2 days. So a little bit different than what you get on today, Thursday, Friday, I guess. But here's what we hope we will be able to do. One, we're going to hear some reflections and lessons learned from our former commissioner, Sam Orr. 2, we're going to set the 4-district context and the 1 COB context. We're going to hear from, I call him the magical icon from ARC, because he has a way of putting all the data together and then presenting it. And it is intended for us to get a grounding, but also intended for you to raise questions while he's here, because we're going to also reflect on the achievements of 2021. What did you get done in 2021? Kelly, there it is right there. There's the opportunity to say, yes, what about these things that we talked about? Well, we didn't do. What are those achievements? I just worked with another jurisdiction, and all of us are affected, of course, by the pandemic. In that jurisdiction, they decided that they would create new goals, that they would carry over the goals that they had, because they hadn't gotten them done. So don't beat yourselves up too late. Everybody's really kind of facing that. But that's your decision, and that's the point of the discussion. Is that you all have some discussion about where we want to get started, what our priorities are, what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, what my constituents need, what my district means, right? We're gonna explore the value of diverse perspectives, and hopefully we'll do that in kind of a fun way. We like to make it fun, so we'll see how that goes. And then we're going to introduce you to a decision-making tool that really helps to facilitate decision-making and helps you to identify in a sort of a different way how to come at it. Okay, and to agree. And then finally, we're going to discuss your district-based goals and the team communications. All right? Full day. Full day. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sam Owens. I can't wait to hear the lessons learned. Sam and I go way back. And so I am as excited as you are here. When we were having a conversation about this, Sam said, you know, there were so many things that I realized after I left office. It's usually the way it is. So he's going to share some of those reflections and some of the lessons learned.
Thank you. Thank you. So, when I was chair of the ARC, Clara was on the ARC. So I've known Clara more years than she, that's what you say. I'm here in my personal capacity. I'm not here doing anything with the county or with private clients. I'm here in my individual capacity as a citizen of the county. Okay, let's just put that on the table.
In District 3.
In District 3. I live 3 blocks from the Marietta Square. Took me 5 years to get my wife to say, yes, we can move. It took her 2 weekends to tell me where we were moving. So I understand that no matter what position I held in life, I was inferior to the 2 dogs and most importantly, my wife at that point. So, every morning when I wake up, I look at the news. And I get a bunch of the news. I get like 30 different things from legal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the AJC, the FDJ. I get plenty of news. It's depressing. It's frustrating. And I'm very scattered at the moment. See, my family came from what was then Bielorussia, which is now Belarus. Okay, the old Soviet Empire. My family came here at the beginning of the 20th century. There's no longer the Soviet Union, but there's still an awful lot of totalitarian dictators in that region of the world that parade as democracies that aren't. And the one where my family is located, was located before they were thrown out due to the religion, now has Russian troops within it with the consent of the president who won the last couple of elections by fraud. So I'm very scattered at the moment because as I look at what's going on globally, before I even get to what's going on in this country, I'm very frustrated. The world seems to be falling apart in many ways, just as much as our country. So as elected officials, it's easy for you to read that and be frustrated. It's easy for you to be negative. But that doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't accomplish any good. It doesn't help the 700,000 plus, going towards 800,000 folks that live in our county. So what I'm here to talk to you about today, I would say, clerical lessons learned, I would word it, this is where I am now in life as compared to when I was commissioner and chairman of the county. Because as I look back at it, we spent a lot of time fighting over little stupid stuff that in the long run doesn't mean anything. So, I'm gonna talk to you about where I think you need to go versus necessarily where you are. So first, let's acknowledge you did a difficult job. You know, Joanne, the senior statesman of the commission, her background was solid waste. She worked for Waste Management when I first met her. She tried telling me they were an environmentally conscious company. I smiled. Several of you were neighborhood activists. Several of you have backgrounds with planning and zoning. But you all come together as one of the 5 members of the Board of Commissioners. And when I first became commissioner, I started spending all this time on water and wastewater. I think there's a given commissioner in District 2 that's learned a lot about flooding in her district. I bet she knew much about water and wastewater and flooding before she took office. Transportation, the manual of uniform control and traffic devices, that green book. Now, I didn't know that book, I knew it by the time I finished being chairman of the county. So water, wastewater, solid waste, zoning, economic development, municipal finance, public safety. You're expected to be a generalist on so many areas, and your residents expect you to be an expert in those areas, and there is no such person unless you've been in office an awful long time and are a very special person. Because we don't really have much in the way of generalists nowadays. We have specialists, rightly or wrongly. So you have a really tough job. But reducing traffic congestion, reducing blight, reducing crime, those aren't partisan issues. Those aren't liberal, progressive, conservative, Republican, Democrat. Those are quality of life. So when you wake up in the morning and you read the trash in the paper, my first request of you is when you walk into 100 Cherokee Street, the only thing you should care about is the county and how to improve the county. Not from a Republican, Democrat, right, left, center, because the issues that you're asked to confront aren't partisan. And they also shouldn't be political. So I would suggest that when you walk into the old bank building, you leave the politics in your car. Don't bring it in the building. If you bring it in the building, you're not doing the job you were elected to do. Because everything you do is nonpartisan. Everything you should do is nonpartisan. You represent the young people, the old people, the Black people, the Hispanic people, the Asian people, the white people, the elder people. None of that is partisan. None of that should be partisan. And any day you're in your desk and you're meeting folks or you're on the phone and you make a political statement, you should slap yourself. You know, if you want to worry about your next campaign or your current campaign, do it outside the building. Don't do it in the building. Separate that building from what you can do to help your community. And leave the nonsense outside the building. When I was commissioner and chair, we spent God knows how much time dealing with annexation with our 6 cities. And we had some legitimate fights. But oh my God, the vast majority of those fights were legitimate. The vast majority of those fights were over power. Who had control over the other? We had nonsense where a former mayor pro tem put up a sign on a street that no longer could handle traffic due to what that city had zoned, and then put up a sign that said, call David Hankerson and tell him to fix this. The mayor of that city specifically called up David and said, we caused the problem, but I can't control the mayor pro tem. Foolish stuff, nonsense. It makes no difference at the end of this year whether you have 10 cities in the county or 6 cities in the county. Those people are all residents of the county. And you have to treat them respectfully, you have to work with them fairly. They are due the same respect, the same representation. There may be areas where a new mayor or a new council have primary jurisdiction, but oh, by the way, you should help. Because you can admit, Cobb County staff are gonna have far more experience in solving those problems than the brand new person in that potential position. So, once again, when you walk in that building, end the dark politics. Represent the people in our county. I don't care how many cities we have. When I was chair, I made 2 deals with the mayor of Atlanta that are still in place with MARTA, because it was the right thing to do. You know, the MARTA buses stopped at the last intersection in Atlanta, and then from there to Cumberland Boulevard, if you needed a bus, you had to walk in the rain and the cold or whatever to get to Cobb. It was ridiculous. So we made a deal where the MARTA buses could go to the transfer station, and the Cobb buses could go on to 75 from West Bases. We made the first deal in the region to use the same transit fare system, same Cobb County money. And MARTA then used that to be able to get other jurisdictions that have the same partnership. If we can make deals with Atlanta, surely you ought to make deals with cities in your county. Joe Thompson used to talk about the many faces of Cobb, because he understood that what the folks in Vinings wanted were very different than the folks in far west Cobb. He understood totally different views. And he used to say that you had to treat each area based on the views of that area and not try to do a one-size-fits-all fix. He was right then, and if he were alive, he'd be right now. You have to look at the area, and within your districts, you have differences. You know, there are very different pockets in every district. You gotta look for the win-wins. It's not about you, it's about the residents. If you were to be asked to put down your 5 top priorities, which I'm sure you do in every single retreat, you want to bet 3 or 4 of them would be exactly the same? Tell me which one of you doesn't want more parks and recreational opportunities for your residents. Tell me which one doesn't want efficient government. Tell me which one doesn't want less traffic congestion. Tell me which one doesn't want a safer community. But sometimes you fight like hell over the little thing rather than the stuff that matters to the residents. As I got to be more experienced on the board, I started doing much more with the schools. Every town hall I had, I would ask the chairperson of the board, whether it was the city or the county, and the member of the board that represented that area, I would ask the mayor or council to come to that meeting. And it was really interesting because never did I have one of those town halls where I got the majority of the questions. The majority of the questions always went to the school board. Always. And guess what? Here's a little dose of reality. People didn't move to Cobb County due to the Board of Commissioners. Not due to your low taxes, not due to anything. They moved here due to the school systems. School systems are 1, 2, and 3. You're way down the line. It's all about the schools. That's the primary issue when people decide where to move. And when we were dealing with economic development issues, yeah, they wanted it to be safe, they wanted their employees to get to work, but they cared about the schools most. So I understand, sorry, the left wing in particular is a fraction of what it used to be. I understand with COVID, we live in this virtual world. I still have several darn Zoom calls every day, whether I want them or not. As soon as we get out of COVID, all 5 of you ought to be immediately, in my humble opinion, scheduling monthly town halls with members of the school system, with members of the existing cities or new cities. Number one, you demonstrate that you actually care about the greater community. Number 2, you show that people are supposed to work together. So for instance, one of the things that we tried to do was, guess who goes through the most paper? It's not the county commission, it's the schools. I know that there are different co-ops y'all are able to use, but you ought to have some discussions. If I partner with a school system or school systems, can we get some supplies cheaper going together? Are there different products or services we could be working on? If there's a new city, should you actually contract with that new city to provide HR services? Is the county's HR services going to be far more advanced and able to help that new city? If it's an existing small city, what services do you have? I remember when we were finally settled in 489, Joe Jerkins was the mayor of Austell. Other than the fact he loved to have me at breakfast at 5:30 in the morning in Austell, which meant I was waking up like at 4. If I can get to Atlanta, where I used to live, to Austell, faster we get from East Cobb to Austell, he used to say, look, we don't have the money. You agree to maintain our roads. You pay the local share, the 80-20 for our roads. I go away. I signed a 489 deal. Just maintain our roads. And I went back to David Henderson and I said, Mayor Jerkins wants us to maintain the roads, so that it's perfectly fine with 489. And David said, that's a good deal for the county. It's a good deal for the city. They don't have the money. They can't afford to do it. So if you look in the old 489 agreements with Austell, we pay for the road maintenance. Whenever I think of Austell back then, I can't not think of the 2009 flood. When people were literally on their roofs. Where we needed boats to save them. This commission dealt with COVID. And my God, what you had on your plate. My horror show was the floods. I remember getting a call from Tom Worthen at the time, the chairman of Douglas County, who said our water system stopped. Sewage is going out. We can't handle the flow. And I called Home Depot, and Home Depot offered at several sites each day to provide Douglas County water bottles. And oh, by the way, Home Depot offered those water bottles for several weeks for free. Never gave the first bill. So when I was chair, every time I had a public talk for X number of months thereafter, I was thinking Home Depot. When we had the flood, I called up Vulcan and I said, we need rock. 41 went north of Marietta. And they let us bring any truck we wanted in there. They waited. They knew that they'd get paid months later. And they said, you have roads. And I would thank Vulcan for what they did. You had the same experience. So take a step back a second. When you look in the paper, be happy for how you handle the food, how you handle the money so folks wouldn't be evicted, how you handle the grants, whether it's through the Chamber of Commerce, Community Foundation, you all came together and helped your community. There's a lot of governments that still have the existing money that still haven't spent it. People need it then. So you all actually should be pleased that you were way ahead of the curve in helping people out at their time of most need. Look for those partnerships. If you have a high crime area and no community escapes it, go up to a business and do $1 a year mini police precinct or mini sheriff precinct. That's what they're doing now in Buckhead. It's easy. You get a business that says, I've got 750, 1,200 square feet. I'll give it to you for $1 a year. And you know, you don't need to have a permanent site. You just need to have a place that when they need to go to the restroom, if they're in between stops, they can go there. Just having the police car out front helps. Whether it's police, sheriff, whatever, it helps. You can pay the dollar. And there are plenty of people in the community that will give you that space if asked, but you have to ask. But you should look for those opportunities, for those areas. The county's gone through a lot of retirements. Just like every government and every business has gone through a lot of retirements. People are disgusted, they're tired. So the issue becomes, who do you hire? What have you lost brain-wise, knowledge-wise? As you look at your budgets, please don't play with the budget for training. It's more important than ever that you train your new folks so they can have somewhat of the knowledge and experience your retirees have. You need that knowledge, you need that capability, you need that skill. So as you're looking at budget, you know, there's a lot of things as a commissioner or chairman, you know, that gets you a ribbon cutting. Some of them are really important. Having really good staff is more important. And you need to think about how you're handling your staff. I'm sure Mike is probably going to cover some of this, or maybe I'm just pressing it and he doesn't have it in this talk. Due to COVID and things that preceded it, we've been shrinking the middle class. We have an increase in poverty rate. We have a greater percentage of our children and families that are food insecure. When I was AG and started the annual food drive, Georgia as a whole had a higher food security index than Alabama. Think about that a second. That's not something to be proud of. It's gotten worse with COVID. So once again, partner with schools, partner with the cities, the kids that need the food. It doesn't matter which government, it can be all governments to make that difference. Mental stress. Is there anyone who doesn't think people are more stressed out now? You've got a great public health department. You've had a great public health department. Look to partner with them to help. You need to have as many programs as you can to help those people that are at wit's end. That is part of your job. It's not sexy like adding a lane on a road or a turn lane. But your citizens need that help. And you need to provide it. You live in a great community. One of the things I learned first when I had a statewide position is how of the 159 counties in our state, at least 150 of them wish they could be somewhat like you. Somewhat like the residents in this county. You have great resources. You have great staff. Use them. Use them to do the greatest good for your residents. The programs you have, very few jurisdictions have. Your senior programs, the parks programs in the summer. See how expanded. Some of those programs don't cost a lot of money, but they have a big effect. The older I get, I'm still not ready for the doghouse, but the older I get, you've got to work, in my humble opinion, to help the weakest among us. That's not a political statement, that's not a partisan statement. You're here for the residents of Gallup. I don't need that help. But the folks that do need that help, you've got to assist, or you're not doing your job. Each and every day that you walk in that ugly white building, you need to be doing as much as you can to help the least among us. To help them, so that those kids get a solid education. Now, yes, we're not the school board, yes, we're not in charge of their education, but there are other ways we can do to keep them healthy, to keep them active, to keep them fed, to keep them clothed, to assist them. So strive to do the best you can every day inside that building. Separate yourself from the noise, from the distractions outside the building, so you can actually act like Team Cop, as you're going to hear more from Clara and maybe Dave. Instead of what's good for me or what's good for my district, it's what's good for the county, what's good for the residents. I'm happy to take any questions if you want. If they're tough, I'll give them to Clara.
Thanks,
Any questions? Yes.
I'm also curious about one of the lessons learned aspect about leadership and team building better relationships with the team. What's something that after you now you're a citizen, what's something that you would say worked or that you should have tried as probably?
I'll tell you what I did. I walked the halls. You know, the two people at the front desk back then were Joanne and Jimmy. Joanne's still with you part-time.
Yes.
When one of the 4 district commissioners walked in the 3rd floor, and Pam knows this, Joanne or Jimmy would call up my assistant and say, Commissioner X is here. And if I wasn't in back-to-back meetings, I just happened to get another cup of coffee, which I live on during the day, and walk into that office, not, do you have an appointment? And if they didn't have an appointment, I would sit in their chair. Well, not that chair, but that chair in the office, right? And I'd say, what's up? How can I help you? Now, that's not limited to chairwoman and commissioners. Commissioners should be doing that too. When you're in the office, whoever else is in it, there's nothing better than listening and communication. There's nothing more important than listening, communication. So I would always walk around that disgusting green carpet that we've had for God knows how many years and do that. I did the same thing, frankly, with the couple department heads that were in 100. So I go up to public safety, I go up to support services, etc. Find out what's on their mind, what's bothering them, what's troubling them. And you learn, I don't want to use the word pressure point, but you learn what's important to them. You know, I had a commissioner at the time. Her love was public safety, police, fire, 911. And a lot of the firefighters, police officers, 911 operators knew that she had a close relationship or wanted a close relationship, and they would talk to her, they would talk to me too, but we would talk together and see what we could do. Listening is so vital in the process. You can agree to disagree, but you gotta listen. So when we talk about lessons, you know, it's okay for the two of you to email or call each other up, two of you, not three of you. And go to the Waffle House, go to wherever the heck you want to get a bite. And just talk, what's going on? You all have personal lives in addition to the public life. Stuff's always occurring, right? But you need to spend that time listening to each other at that point. So as far as lessons learned, there's no substitute for that one-on-one conversation. There's no substitute for learning what are your main issues that you want to accomplish the next 3 months, the next 6 months. And you have this system where it takes 2 commissioners to do an agenda item. I used to spend a good amount of time. And back then, I don't know your policy now, but back then the chairman could do an item, or two commissioners, or 1 commissioner, and the chair. But I used to walk around and say, are there any issues you want to come forward that you need to set me up? That I'll happen to agree with you on, and that we should be moving forward. That's so important. It's building the trust. Now look, I know it's an election year, I know it's difficult, but once again, when you're in that day, lead the election elsewhere. Represent the people that you were entrusted to serve at that point. I know, for instance, with Joanne, I can't look at Joanne when I think about dogs. I mean, you know, whether it's, you know, the police canines, et cetera. You know, I remember we had one meeting where someone in the community had raised enough money for a vest for one of the police canines. And the person from the police department said, we still need 2 more. And a guy in the audience raised his hand and said, may I speak? I figured it wasn't the last piece. So I said, of course, please come forward. He said, I'll write a check for the other 2 vests. Just tell me who I write it to, and I'll write it. So you learn what are the passion points, and try to help each other. Those, you know, Joanne for years was the head of Keep Cop Beautiful, and Cop Trees. And, you know, who among you doesn't like Cop Trees? Doesn't like Keep Cop Beautiful? You know, if there's a weekend project to plant trees in District 1, and if you're available, there's no excuse for the District 3 commissioner to be showing up to help plant trees in District 1. Yeah, that was, to me, was kid time. That's when I brought my kids, because they could plant a tree too. And they wanted to see the guy, which they weren't seeing during the week. So you find opportunities to do stuff back then at that time. So the whole opportunity to work together. You know, you've got differences. The only difference is I know in my house I lost. I don't have a vote. You each have a vote on the commission, and you need to work to accomplish as much as you can. So I guess the main thing of what I'm trying to say is stop fighting over nonsense. Do the good stuff, do the big stuff. Not necessarily the little thing, but that makes a difference in the lives of people. Because that's what one place to. Is to help the community. You know, every time I walk from our development to the square, I see a homeless people. Every time. What can we do to help us ministry, Center for Family Resources, serve family, you name it? What can we do to help those groups? The rich neighborhood doesn't need it. Maybe that's why it's for me to say, that you're supposed to treat the people, take care of the people that need it the most. I don't understand why it takes some of us 4 years to figure that out. But that's why we're here. Any other questions? Well, I hope I didn't bore you too much. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to make some comments. And let me just be clear, it's not that I think y'all are fighting all the time. I don't. I just don't want any fighting. I used to handle disagreements privately in an office. I certainly had disagreements with commissioners. But I would go in the office and try to resolve the difference. It didn't need to be a public display. It could be done privately with people who respect each other and resolve the issue. So when I look at other governments, some of which we work with a lot in my real job, there's a lot more fighting there, but that doesn't make less fighting acceptable. Okay. Thank you very much.
Legend Mike.
Trust, listening, hearing all along. Trust, listening, partnerships. Understanding that a disagree, but it doesn't mean that you have to stop respecting one another, or stop trusting, or stop communicating. Communication, listening. So much more, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Brooks.
So again, my name is Mike Carnathan. I am the head of research and analytics with the Atlanta Regional Commission. And as the title shows, we're just going to meander through some data. Not necessarily what Sam was talking about, but really just looking at Cobb and the context of Cobb in Metro Atlanta and how the neighborhoods have changed over time. So before I get into that, I know you know what the Atlanta Regional Commission is, so I'm not going to bore you with our boilerplate language about this and that. Suffice it to say that we are a comprehensive planning agency, and you're going to see me looking around 10 seconds. Getting old. And comprehensive meaning that we have our labels in pots of transportation planning. You guys know that. Lots of literally billions of dollars of transportation investments to our jurisdictions. Things like land use, community development, coming up with creative ways to make our communities stay vibrant, and stay competitive, and stay prosperous, through programs like the Notable Centers Initiative, through programs like community development assistance programs. We also have water resources, exactly for the reasons Sam said. At the end of the day, if we don't have enough water, well, what are we doing? We also don't want too much water. As those crazy years of 2008, 2011 shows, we are going to play. We also have an aging division which looks at, our forecast suggests that we're going to have 1 million plus people who are going to be 75 years old in the region. And quite frankly, we've just never had never had to deal with something like that as a society. I mean, just think about it, 1 million 75 plus people. So what does that mean? What does that mean for how we design our communities? What does that mean for the transportation infrastructure, the transportation investments we need to be making? Workforce development. Yes, we have a workforce development arm within ARC, and that's reskilling, retraining people up to make sure that they're competitive in whatever direction the economy goes. And so my role in all of that is sort of supporting all of these planning efforts. So that means we have to come large with a lot of data. So I'm going to be dumping a lot of data. I'm going to be pouring a little data bucket all over you today. And so I'm going to do that in just a little bit. But before we get to that, let me just say a little bit about what sort of the big kind of global issues that we're thinking about at the ARC, given the context of what we do. So one of the things that we're seeing, and we've been seeing really obviously for a few years now, a few decades, is the population growth is slow. Okay, we just don't have the same factors we had in place 20, 30 years ago to support that type of population. And there's two reasons for that. So if you think about how population grows, it grows natural increase, so births over deaths, and migration. And if you look at the global trends on that, both of those are trending down. We're not having as many kids as we used to. A lot of that is washed out because we're living longer, so we're kind of maintaining that balance, but it's certainly not contributing to explosive population growth. And then the second part is in-migration, and we're just not attracting as many people, both as a nation and as a metropolitan area. And of course, it starts with the nation. We have to have people coming into the nation to have people coming into the metro area. So those are two things that we have to at least acknowledge and begin thinking about the ramifications. So what that means is we're going to have to work a lot harder to attract talent to metropolitan Atlanta, or we're going to have to work a lot harder to grow that talent natively through our education systems and through our workforce development systems. Second thing that we've been seeing, and this has really been developing over the last decade or so, is the diversification. If you look at the population growth we've received for the past 20 years, almost every bit of that has come from populations of color. If you look at our forecast, and I'll show you these things, if you look at our forecast, every bit of the future population we expect are going to come from populations of color. So what does that mean? So the ramifications. So what does that mean for the conversations we need to be having, or for the conversations that we're not? So again, those are two of the big things that are ceasing. The third thing is housing. This is the strangest, weirdest housing market I've ever seen. I've been at ARC for 23 years now, almost 20. And the simple fact of the matter is the housing is too darn expensive. If we don't figure out something about creating more affordable options or maintaining the affordable options we have, that is going to be the biggest headwind we have as a region in attracting new talent. Now, fortunately, there's places that are having worse than we do. And so we're still having people from the San Franciscos and the New Yorks and the Bostons because our housing is a lot cheaper. But that attraction factor is narrow. It's closing. We can't keep relying on that unless we do something about that. Because if we don't, I guarantee you, in 10, 15 years, we're going to be more like San Francisco today than we were like Atlanta 10 years ago. And then finally, and this is what Sam did allude to, is the pandemic. We don't really know what some of these trends that we've seen emerge during the pandemic, we don't know which ones are going to stick. We have a good idea about some of them, but we do know that there's going to be some long-term effects from the pandemic. And as Sam said, what this really did is it really showed a spotlight on some of our systems weaknesses and how we care for those with the least. Because what we've seen is the pandemic has really kind of exacerbated kind of the gap between that and that. And so those are the four big kind of global things that we're looking at. Now, what I'm going to show you today is just a tiny little slice of that. Because, if I only gave you 30 minutes, I could be up here for 3 hours talking about this stuff. So let's just get it going. So first, we're going to be talking about metropolitan Atlanta and just kind of setting that context. Yes, we're still a fast-growing place. So you'll see here, In Atlanta, we added 800,000 new residents from 2010 to 2020. That ranks us fourth in the country, behind Houston, Dallas, New York. And then relatively speaking, that's where Atlanta has been probably for the last 4 decades, is somewhere in the top 5 of growth. Somewhere behind Houston, Dallas, New York. So relatively speaking, nothing's really changed in terms of our population growth. But if you look at that 800,000, and then compare it to what we got between 2000 and 2010, we added more than 1 million people between 2000 and 2010. Same for the 90s. So yes, relatively speaking, we'll grow fast, but we're about 20% below what we used to go. So that population growth is slowing, and we'll see that in Cobb in particular, because Cobb is one of those urban counties, and then we've seen a significant population slow down here. This is just a map of Georgia. And any other color other than blue represents population growth. So the first thing you'll see is, God, there's a lot of blue in Georgia. Yes, rural Georgia, rural America is seeing straight up population declines. The point of this slide is metropolitan areas, on the other hand, are winning. They're the ones where the depopulation of these blue areas, and this is not just in Georgia, nationwide, they're moving to metropolitan areas. Okay? And that's where our growth, even though it's more muted recently compared to what we used to be getting, we're getting a lot of our growth here. And so think about the ramifications of housing. If we're not getting our arms around this affordability crisis that's brewing, or is brewing, where are we going to get our population? International migration is down. We're not having kids at the same rate. If we're pricing people out of these rural areas, we're moving into metropolitan Atlanta. So now we're slicing, we're chopping ourselves off at the knees. Because now the only places that we can attract people from that makes economic sense is from San Francisco to New York, Boston. They're emptying out. So we have to, to maintain our competitiveness, to maintain our vibrancy, we're going to have to figure out this part of the problem. All right, like I said at the beginning, practically all of our recent growth have come from population of color. Here's a slide to show where we are today in terms of the jurisdictions in the ARC portfolio. We're in 11 county areas. So you see the 11 county area. This majority of populations of color, as is the NSA. So that's that broader 29 county economic unit. There's Cobb County, also majority populations of color. This is the 2020 census. So this is the latest and greatest in terms of, so this is the full count. A lot of the stuff that you're seeing is estimates. This now supersedes those estimates. You also see the state of Georgia. It's 50-50. And so, if you look back 30 years ago, say 1990, we were about after place. Majority white, minority black populations, races and ethnicities. Now we're truly just doing this more. And here's this look at, just kind of a fun look at how we have grown. And it's a little animated GIF. It starts in 1990. And you'll see Cobb County, Cobb County is blowing up. I don't need to tell you guys how much Cobb County has grown in the last 30 years. But what you do see is a lot of, my children's roughly here. Most of that growth in the region has gone north. What's interesting here is like back in 1990, people actually used to live. You'll see the fifth row people. Anyway, so you'll see how, again, the growth challenges that we've had as a region are very, I I don't envy any of your job trying to manage that along with everything else that's going on. All right, so let's look at the forecast of the next 30 years. Well, guess what? It's going to look a lot like what we've been seeing over the past 20 years, but if you look 30 years into the future, and then compare that to 30 years of the past, we're going to be a completely different place. There used to be a really cool slide on this. And what this would show is that, so if you can imagine a bunch of bars going up, representing different races and ethnicities, and then you have a bar of white populations that are actually declining. So we're actually forecasting a straight up decline in white populations in this region. And that's been going on nationally for the past couple of years. We've actually seen a declining white population. For all the reasons that I've said, it all comes back to fertility rates and that natural increase. And here is a look at other jurisdictions, our footprint, and here's Cobb. And so our forecast, our base year is 2015. And so you'll see, Chairman, how quickly this has changed. Even in 2015, Cobb is still majority white, minority population of color. By 2050, this really just going to be 32% white, 35% black populations, 40% other populations, including 20% Hispanic, and 12% Asian, and other races and ethnicities. This is a big, I know we think that 2050 is just a long ways away, but this is a very fast demographic change. And so this is just another thing that we're having to deal with, that y'all are having to deal with. I'm trying to understand age differences and how and the beliefs, how they differ among the generations. And also throw in race and the beliefs and customs, things like that, based on race and ethnicities. There's just a lot of change. Okay, so now, a quick thing about housing, because as I said at the beginning, this is probably the biggest threat to us remaining that kind of that dynamic, fast-growing place. Because, and again, I'll tell you this, we're just not introducing our inventory. If you look at, and this is a national slide, but if you look at population adjusted single-family housing starts in the 2010s, we're at half the levels that we've been at in each of the previous 5 decades. So we're not building as many houses as we were in the 60s. And so what happens if you remain a relatively fast-growing place and you're not adding housing? What happens? So let me show you this. And so this is just looking at median home sales price. This is by neighborhood. We're going to start in 2013. So this is, yes, it's been brewing for a couple of decades, but it's gone into turbo mode the last few years. And what you're looking at is kind of the purples, the darker colored areas are houses that are 300,000 more, with the purples being 500,000 more. You'll see in 2013 it was those really expensive housing, 500,000 more, really kind of concentrated in the Buckhead area. You'll see in Cobb County plenty of affordable options, yellow and oranges. So I'm going to fast forward, I'm going to go through year by year to get us to 2020, wherever our data stops. Okay, you see a lot more purple on the map and a lot less yellow. Right. Now, good news is in Cobb County, there are still some, not much, but there's some affordable options, but like in North Fort, Cherokee, if you're a moderate or a low-income family looking to buy a home, in this region, you're probably going to struggle to find that home above I-20. Or really, if you're a low-income family, commercial option, you're not finding it probably anywhere in this region. Now, I don't have slides on this, but the rental market, and we've all read the headlines, the rental market, you're not finding relief in the rental market. So we're making it very, very hard. And again, what we're all about at ARC is trying to keep our eye on the ball to make the region as prosperous and successful as a place as possible. We're making it very hard on ourselves with how this housing market is going. And a lot of that's market forces, but again, we have to figure this out.
Data interpretation, we are better if we have people who are making more in housing that is more geared towards affluent population.
There's an argument for that. And we can counter that very easily by, saying, well, number one, we need housing at all price points. But we particularly need to figure out housing at these price points. But if we, if I could wave the magic wand and then somebody says stop, okay, no. But if I could add 100,000 units priced above 300K, just with the snap of my fingers, I would. That does have a trickle-down effect. Some people can, it's just so people who can afford the bigger house will go to the bigger, more expensive house, and that'll just leave more housing stock for everyone else. But at the same time, you can't really build at the price points needed for folks at 50% AMI or even 80% AMI. You just can't build that housing stock.
Two questions. So, you're big,
I am.
looking at the metro area, what would you say is the estimated magic number per year units that we've added, like single family houses, whatever? What would be that magic number to have a sustainable economy, so we understand variations, need people to work all jobs?
Yep.
So.
Magic number?
What's the magic number per year? From your estimation.
We actually have a method to determine that. So if you think about a normal housing market, and this is how real estate professionals think, a normal housing market has 6 months of supply. Constantly. That's sort of the balance between the buyer's market and the seller's market. Today, in this general region, we have about 1 month of supply. So it's not anywhere close to equilibrium. To get to that equilibrium, 6 months of supply, we need 90,000 units per year.
Across the metro.
Mm-hmm. And we're building about 23 things, 25.
And then I did have another question. Can we check on to your units? Is that single family?
That was just homes for sale. That was just a single family. And so, we could build more multifamily to kind of fill in that 90,000 number. But so I'm just talking about just a for sale.
No, much appreciated. The other question is several slides back, but do we know what our interstate migration patterns are to the metro area from rural areas? We referenced it, but I don't know what that time.
Yeah, and that's and from a purely data perspective, that's hard to get at. We know people coming from other states and other metros, but that interstate is a little bit tough. Now, we do know that those inter-county moves, it's usually to the nearest county, and it's usually in search of either more affordable housing or better services.
So we don't know if people from the rural areas.
Anecdotally, yeah. Historically, we do know that has been the case, but we don't know really that those blue areas that are depopulating.
A lot of now there are a lot of analysis that actually say that we talk about the sprawl.
Right. Well, and so, yeah, there's going to be give and take, and there will be a bit that probably did increase the ability for people to kind of further away. That's a good question, and I'll take a look at that.
So to tag on to the
Mhm.
how many apartments, you know, how many months out of apartments are there? Because I know, like, the fixed floor, you're taking a little bit of a hit on apartments.
Mhm.
So what is the time frame for the apartments?
That's a number we don't have. But if you look at 6 months, so if the for sale market returns to equilibrium, that will pull the rental market back into some sort of.
Right, the way I'm kind of looking at it, again, it's a balance,
Mhm.
and I know county kind of got focused on what some consider paper focus, just on apartments, so we lose that opportunity for some is for paper focus on apartments. They're just contributing to that.
Right. But then again, good question. Yes, so,
I think you mentioned this a few slides back at the beginning of population growth. But what is the percentage in growth from 2010 census to the 2020 census?
okay.
Was it 26? Okay. This board, we have been looking at reapportionment math. And after the 2010 census, each of the 4 districts in Cobb represented approximately 172,000 population. Okay. Now, after the 2020 census, we represent 192,000. So that's 20,000 population per district, 4 districts. To me, that's an 80,000
Mhm.
population growth. So is that a 10% growth or?
It would be slightly more than, I mean, just doing the math in my head, it would be slightly more than 10% growth, but I don't have those numbers big running on my head.
I thought you said like a 26. I don't know, so maybe that was something different percentage. But overall, Georgia, it was a 50% growth.
It wouldn't have been that much. It would have been, I think Georgia added 1.2 million on top of 9 million, so the percentage of that is. Right. And actually, so here's kind of your, so here's the population, and we're going to get to population growth over the past decade. We're actually going to split that up into 3 distinct periods. But here's what, district by district. So here's zooming in the column here, part of the presentation. And we're going to look at district by district and then compared to MSA, compared to Georgia. And so here you'll see this is the population composition by race and ethnicity. Again, once again, Cobb is majority populations of color, so that means Asian populations, Hispanic populations, Black populations are more in the county than white populations. You see pretty big variation district by district. We'll see how it looks in Georgia. And the questions on this. There's a lot of bars on there. There's a lot to take in. But you'll see, District 4 has the highest share of Black populations, as well as the highest share of Hispanic populations. District 2 has the highest share of Asian populations. And the yellow is white populations, and the orange are Black populations. And then the dark blue are Asian populations, the gray bar is Hispanic populations. And that little, this is kind of all the, this is kind of. Now here's this by age. And so we can break this out by age, district by district. And what you'll see is, and it just depends on the nature of your district. So, District 3, where KSU is located, has the highest percentage of 34 year olds. What you expect. And then you'll see District 2 has the highest percentage of those 65 and older. You'll see District 4, by a big margin, has the highest percentages of those 2019. So you'll think about this as, okay, what are the differing needs of these populations? So, you know, a lot of this is you're looking at differences, but you also see a lot of similarities in each of the districts. Each of the district has at least 12% population 65 and older. Every district has at least 20% of your population. So that's the population by age. Now we're looking at it by household income. You'll see this wide variation, district by district. And then you'll compare that to Cobb and say, Georgia. Overall, obviously, District 4, which has the lowest household income, is still higher than Georgia's. Housing, so you'll see and again, district by district, here's kind of where your owner, you know, the nature of your housing stock. So again, wide variation. You'll see almost 80% home ownership in District 1, compared to 59% home ownership in District 2. A lot of that is due to the southern part of District 2. Then you'll see vacancy rates. So this is so these are estimates from this company called ESRI, and so what they're doing is they're using the census definition. So if the census they'll mail you something if you don't fill it out, they'll call you, knock on your door, and if they don't get an answer, and using administrative data from the postal service, they'll classify that unit as mail. And it's usually about a 90. They usually give you about a 90. Okay, so that's sort of the current look. Here's sort of how this growth has changed, and this is getting to your question more directly, Commissioner. And we split this out into 3 different time periods. We're looking at average annual population. So even years may be different in these time periods. We're normalizing. So we're looking at 2010 to 2013. Remember, that's the Great Recession, right? Nobody could sell their houses. Nobody couldn't move job to job. So you would expect this to be lower, which it is. So we had a period of recovery between 2013 and 2017. But you'll see the latest average annual growth is significantly lower. Now, let me caution you on this. We're comparing kind of, you know, this is ESRA estimates, so this is a census. So we're comparing 2 different data sources, and so this is, I wanted to give you the 2021 numbers, which only ESRI has, just to kind of give you the latest thinking. I wouldn't pay too much attention to this, that may not be happening, but what ESRI is suggesting is that it's that we're entering into a more slow growth era. Well, I wouldn't put too much stock into that.
That's what the census covers, and it shifts for the districts that.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be a straight up population decline, but it certainly does not represent a population, significant population growth. So that's how population growth is slowing. We can look at this by age once again. So, you know, you will see how that has shifted. And this is again looking at kind of this average. So you'll see the source here is this 2015, 2019 ACS. So it's kind of an average of those 4 years, comparing it to 2021. And you'll see, for the most part, you'll see the biggest declines in your kid population. And so you'll see that in Cobb County in particular. And then the biggest growth is going to be in that 65 plus. And so yes, we're growing more diverse, but we're also growing older. That's what we're all growing older. But as a society, we're just getting older. Okay. We can also do this by race and ethnicity. And so these population declines, just across the board population declines in population. And that's a national trend, and that's happening here. So the next series. And so here's home ownership, and home ownership in Cobb has mostly stayed steady. You'll see some big gains in home ownership, and that's kind of aligning the national trend. We see home ownership rates decline over time. So District 1 has seen some gains in home ownership. District 4 is declines, but still, if you compare the districts to Georgia, USA, Cobb is a more heavily of a home ownership place. Now we're just going to get maps. And so here, here's your commission districts. We're going to start looking at, we're going to focus on change, and how things have changed. And it's going to be this 10-year period. Just like you were suggesting earlier, Commissioner, this is just total population change from 2010 to 2020. The darker the blues, the greater the population change. So I'll just let you linger on this for a little bit. So you can see the lightest colors represent probably would represent the no growth or declining growth. So you'll see, we'll just go district by district. District 1 didn't have any of the explosive growth areas, but they also have steady growth throughout that whole district. And just the nature of that district, you're not going to see big explosive growth, just given the housing stock there. You'll see District 3, a lot of growth around the college. You'll see District 2, the biggest growth is what is happening in the southern part of the district. Yep, right here. And then District 4, you'll see several pockets here and there. This is just looking at from 2010 to 2020. This map takes a little longer view. So this looks at from 1990 to 2020. Same basic patterns, right? I mean, we'll still see, KSU up there is still, those are high growth areas. You'll see, probably the biggest population growth that occurred in District 1 probably happened in the 1990s and 2000s. We don't see a lot of big growth. I mean, would you agree with that? And again, District 2, East Cobb has pretty much been East Cobb for 30 years. But you'll see, what's been happening here has really been accelerated in the last 10 years. And then District 4, again, pockets of population growth, pockets of population. Absolutely, because I'm going to stop here in a little bit, and I have like a whole bunch more slides, so I want y'all to take a look at that too. All right, so now we're going to look at different things. We're going to look at the change in under 18 population, so this is the change. Here we're looking at the share population, so this is the percentage point change in the percent of kids. Obviously, big ramifications for your school system. We'll look at District 2. Lots and lots. Now, District 2 probably started from a lower base of kids, so that increase in share is going to look bigger, but still. Then you'll see a lot. Well, and so what's happening, at least what the data suggests is what happened, is so some of that housing stock is turning over into younger folks with kids.
I know we have a lot of migration.
Yeah. And, when you look at when you look at some of the best schools in the entire state, they're kind of just right here. And then so you'll see, and again in the Kennesaw area, those are the areas that are having those kids. Now we're going to go through each race and ethnicity. So here's the change in percent of Asian populations from 2010 to 2020. Again, you'll see the vast majority of that change is happening in District 2. But every district has pockets of significant change in Asian population.
That is consistent with totally, and with jobs.
I love it. I love it when people actually are ground truthing this. You know, I mean, I'm operating from up here, looking at spreadsheets. That's the percent of Asian populations. Here's your percent of Black populations. Again, you'll see every district has pockets of, you know, big increases in the share of Black population, and every district has pockets of Black population shares. Here's a change in percent of Hispanic populations. And again, this is really concentrated in District 4, in your district. But once again, in District 1, or once again, each district has seen a tremendous growth in these populations over the last 10 years. Change in percent of white populations, and here, you know, the scale just changes. It's just a fundamental change, because now the only areas that are seeing significant increases are those blues. So only the dark blue areas have seen increases in white populations. You'll see some in District 2 and District 3, I mean, you'll see it in almost every district. We don't see those dark blues. Again, we're starting from a base. All right, so this is there's a bunch more stuff after this. And I want y'all to just take a look at it, because Claire is about to get in the hook. But she stood up and I could just see her eyes. So there's more stuff. You're going to get these slides, take a look at it. You'll have my email address. Reach out to me, and we'll talk through this. Because there's going to be some interesting changes you're going to see in third grade reading rates, poverty rates, how those have changed. That's all in the more stuff section. Any questions that I can address before that I guess we did?
Excellent job in giving us this data on what they for us to be on the ground, but it's another decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this was helpful. And again, email me and say, hey, you know, it would have been more helpful if you included this, because we really, at ARC, we really do want to understand how these data can help you make better decisions and help you with your job. And if they're not helping you, well, what do we do? Talking to somebody.
Just like, thank you. That was amazing. We're getting the slides. Are we also getting the raw data?
Oh, that's, yeah, I mean, the raw data is behind this, or you're data geekers.
You know, you all should really take him up on his offer.
Yes, 20-something years.
20-something years, but
I know, you said that, I was like,
yeah.
but that's why I call him Magic Mike. He makes it simple. He will answer any of your gap questions. What I love about him is he loves a data challenge. So you ask him a question and he doesn't have to answer. The next time you see him, you'll say, I researched that, and you know what I found? Use your ARC, because you've got to have some context for the decisions that you make. And that's kind of my point as well. We started out talking about you got to come to the table as a commission. You have to come to the table a particular way. You have to come willing to listen. You have to come willing to talk with one another. You have to come willing to build trust. But you also have to know what the table of challenges looks like. If you don't take anything else away from life, we are in the middle of change. You are not going to be the cog you are today. You already are not the cog you are today. And you know, as leadership, as much as your job is to respond to constituents and address constituent needs, your job is also to help educate constituents and inform constituents and help help shape the issues so that constituents are 3 steps ahead, right? So listen to the projections. And thank you, Mike. Wonderful as always. So we're gonna make a shift here just before we get ready to go lunch. And the shift is we're gonna now shift to you giving you some background and you giving you some context. And so, you know, as we move into the afternoon, it's your turn. It's your turn. So we want to start with, yes. Now, in a minute, we are going to lunch. As soon as I finish this in about 15 or 20 minutes, can you hold or do you want to take a break? Okay, 5 minutes. Let's take a break, 5 minutes, and then we'll finish this up before we finish this break. Yeah. The chair's like, no, I have to go now.
So when I was doing my graduate work, I taught some of my graduate work, public health. I taught biostatistics classes. Well, and I know that there are a bunch of people who benefit from data, and I still roll them back their data. There's just too much of it, and other folks, like you all, the reason you get paid the big bucks is because you can process data really quickly and make it meaningful. Right? So just wondering, what if any insights? We're just going to do some harvesting really quickly from what you heard this morning, from your stats, anything you got from former commissioner. What are the insights that you're working with at this moment?
For example, was spot on, looking at the big picture, and about the emphasis of certain inclusive population. Because we calibrate our requires us to be responsive to everything. In providing that general response, we have responded as well to those that are more disparate in some of our services. So that was with just the data analysis, very tough, it's going to change.
What else?
I guess,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I guess, what I was hearing is, with, fear and food insecurity is one thing, but then if you look at the statistics of how much food we gave out, it's like, how do we still have these food insecurities? But then if you look at what food was being given out, I don't understand why we still have food insecurities, because again, you give somebody a box of potatoes and onions, again, you're assuming that you cook those, et cetera, so if we still have food insecurities, is it just giving people boxes and bags of food that they might not like, tasteful, or fits into their culture? Or they're going to solve these fears we have data and get outside the box. That kind of interesting.
So there is times are changing. There's a need, there's a value in focusing on. I don't know who's managing the sound. It's like pulling off of me. That's how you all hear. Focusing on these of these, and then some of these issues is a little more complex. There might be a challenge, but it's a little more complex than some of the ways it's been acting so far. What else?
The same one, as far as, looking at the big picture, but not fighting publicly to, what I would say is pick your battles, but not in public. And it's fine to disagree and because we're a diverse board, we don't all have the same view on everything. We're, different ends of the spectrum, so to speak, but we can work together for the good of the county and work together on our differences. But one thing, what Sam said about the homeless, the less fortunate. I guess in the past, the nonprofits or churches or different nonprofit organizations have kind of taken care of that or done that. And for me, what is that line of, the thin line of government's role in that and nonprofit charities, legally, what can we do, and what is our responsibility as a commissioner? Where's that fine line? So that's something we've had discussions about, you know, in the past, we did allot a certain amount of money for the nonprofits to do things in the community, provide services that government can't. That has gone away, you know, but I've had conversations with other commissioners about that, and, you know, we need to look at what our responsibility is, legally what we can do, and show the comparison of how they can provide these services where we can, and how that impacts the amount of money for funding that we get.
Thank you. There's been a lot of great information shared, presentation, and Sam kicking things off. You made a lot of great points earlier, but for me, what resonates the most is listening. And I try to live by the motto of seek to understand and then to be understood. And we try to find the reasoning in the person that is speaking to you. Not to anticipate what they're going to say, just to hear them out fully, because when you get to a point where you're anticipating what they're going to say and your response is based on your anticipation versus on what they're saying, then we're missing the mark. We're missing the mark. And our job as commissioners is to represent COG. I live in District 4, but I also represent Districts 1, 2, and 3 with my decision making. And I take that very seriously. It does not matter if you're D, R, agnostic, it doesn't matter. We're here to represent the constituents of COG County. So I am as concerned about the flooding in District 2 as I am the housing in District 4, because they're all COG County residents. COG is growing extremely fast, and we have grown exponentially over the last decades. And we have to have an infrastructure in place, but we can't forget about the people. The people are also the infrastructure. And based on housing crisis, which is not just in Cobb County, it's nationwide, this is a crisis that we need to get in front of and try and tackle immediately. Because if we don't, all of the decisions that we make for the people, it just may not mean anything in the next few years unless we can get in front of some of those things. So when we talk about doing for the least and insecurities, food insecurities doesn't necessarily go away because we provide food in that moment. There's a reason why the insecurity continues. So whether there's a lack of employment in the household or whatever the case might be, you don't satisfy security by going to jukeboxes. It's a lot deeper than that. The food insecurities may come because there's not enough stable housing. So if we have stable housing, then we can cure the food insecurity. Possibly. But you know, as commissioners, we have a very important job. And you know, I just like to say again that we can go farther together than we can go alone.
Any insights from the morning? Okay.
No, so there was so much information, that was fantastic, and, I think for me, what it just harkens on, reiterates, is that with all the issues we face, we have to be holistic in the solutions that we're posting, not just for, you know, oh, it's this moment, or oh, it's, you know, that's a legacy or something of the sort, but people need us to be realistic in our approach, because that's what they're looking at. They're saying, okay, are we gonna be okay on the other side of this change? Is everything gonna be okay with my family? Am I still gonna be able to feel safe? Stability. See the changes, and the changes are not just volume in the characteristic of our communities. And so, you know, I appreciate the head nod on the care as much. It's true. It's and one of the blessings for the district too. One of the blessings is that it's incredibly diverse. It has the super suburban aspect, the very urban aspect. There are several corridors that are extraordinarily diverse. And so when I hear different issues from commissioners, like, yeah, I have that too. Yeah, let's work on that. And so it's a really kind of great nature, but we have that opportunity here in Cobb to address those things holistically, where other areas don't have that opportunity. They don't have the same resources or the same makeup of this really incredible board and super diverse, and experiences are so distinct in everyone's background. You can't tell from how we all interact and behave in different ways. But it's a blessing, and our constituents elected us. They created this board for this time. We're in this change, so how are we going to approach it holistically? And, you know, if you want to go, the proverb for me is if you want to go fast, go low, far, together. And that is bringing our partners and looking at how we can help one another. Because my flooding issues are the same as some of the flooding issues in District 1, District 3, District 4, a little bit different take on the flooding issues, but also flooding issues. Environmental issues across the county. We've got things sitting in our backyard, some of them are going to pop off to some degree. Housing availability. It impacts different communities in different ways. There are some areas that have homelessness as a component of that. Eviction homelessness has a ton of faces to it. And then you've got housing that looks a little different. People want their kids to be able to live nearby. Totally different conversation than I need a house, I need a place to stay, I need something more immediate. And there are different dynamics that fuel those motivations. So being able to be sensitive to how everybody gets to their different points. That's why I say people look for us to come together and figure out what is that holistic solution. Because if it's not holistic, what are we doing? We're just making a decision that's right in front of us because that was an easier decision to make. But, you know, to that whole point too, the one Cobb, it's, I'll be trailer and say my voice is for District 2, right? So my mindset, my livelihood, where I am, what I look to support and grow or advance in my work and stuff. My voice is for District 2, but my vote is for the county. And that is a balance that has to be struck amongst all of us. Because that's our constitutional obligation, or even legislative obligation. And, you know, it's just not only do the solutions need to be holistic, but need to be sustainable to the food insecurity issues. We know we have food and medical deserts throughout the country. That is not specific to an agency serving any particular communities. Are we looking at this to create sustainable initiatives that can withstand the duration of our terms? Certainly on the nonprofits, we did have a lengthy discussion what that funding looks like and how do you manage that? And you know, knowing that by having that type of service, it decreases the overall tax burden. And if some of these nonprofits are able to you know, amplify those resources, for every dollar that we were investing in is now up to $2 in terms of our budget. So what does that mean on behalf of taxpayers? That if we were to cut that item, then we're now doubling the tax burden to deal with that particular issue of service. So it's really just approaching things, or as a That's it, thank you.
So, holistic, recognizing that the issues are complex, that issues may be integrated in ways that don't allow for the simplest solutions, but we have to balance between the role of government and the role of other entities and the space, the constraints of government and the opportunities that government has that others can't fill, and do that in a way that focuses both on the individual districts, but also on the larger consideration of the county, and keep an eye on the least of these. That's a reasonable balance for your work. So I'm excited for you. Seems like, it should be easy enough to do. I don't know why you haven't gotten it done. I think we're having lunch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And then we'll come back and play. And that was the warm up. Now we'll come back and get to the good stuff. But we're going to have lunch, I think. Is lunch here? Is that happening?
They've been checking on it now, it should be here any minute, so if you want to just break, we can do that, but it should be here any minute.
And what time is it right now?
Until.
11:52.
Okay, so you're going to get a bonus of 5 minutes. What time do we need to be back? Okay. I know. It's like school. You get 33 minutes for lunch. So from the time lunch gets here, you have 33 minutes. But we can start now, take a little break, and then lunch will be here, and then 30 minutes from that, we'll reconvene. All right? Thank you.
Yes, I'm gone.
Are you on?
Oh, I am not on, no. I'm on. Yeah, I'm on, all right. Don't sit down, don't sit down. Welcome back. So one of the things that I'm gonna invite you all to be silly with me for just a second because it really matters. I do a lot of workshops all over the planet. So I've been working in South Sudan for the last 17 and a half years, in Myanmar, and a lot in the highlands in India, doing some work in the Balkans, in Bosnia and Serbia. And one of the things that we always do is energizers. You guys are looking at me like, what are you talking about?
Jumping jack.
Something like that. So what I would like to invite you to do as an energizer, welcome back, if everybody would stand with me, please.
I just was out walking for 25 minutes.
Perfect, so you're fresh and you're ready to go. Did you stretch as well? Did you stretch as well?
That was this morning.
Okay, that was this morning, all right. So here we go, you all, you're in? You're in? You're in? Ready? All right, here we go. Awake, come on, say it.
Awake.
Alert, alive, enthusiastic, jazz hands, right? Right, okay, let's try again. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Okay, perfect. So there's of course a tune that would go with this, and it would be something like, I'm awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. You all know this tune, right?
If you're happy and you know it,
Okay, so I'm awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alert, alive. Say it with me. Alive, awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Come on.
We have to keep up.
Come on, say it with me, because it's just a little twist in the middle. It's just a little, there you go. Toss in a little time. I know this feels silly enough, and we should be allowed to play. And so, here we go. Everybody with me again?
Yep.
Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Yeah. I'm awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. I'm awake, alert, alive, awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Thank you. That'll get us going. Let's get it done. All right.
You mixed it up for us.
Okay, you all ready to play?
Yes.
Play.
Let's play. Oh, she's right in front of me.
Gotcha. They made.
When things change, you see what happens? So we are shifting in the afternoon. We're going to do more talking. You all are going to do more talking. We're going to try to facilitate some of those conversations. So we're going to start with a little exercise. I need you to look and see how many squares there are. And I'm gonna give you 1 minute.
Ooh,
You got 1 minute. You got me on the clock, David?
I'm about to put them on the clock.
You already started.
1 minute. How many squares do you see? How many squares are there?
You want an answer?
Not yet.
We yell it out.
Not yet. How many squares do you see? David's gonna tell us when that 1 minute is up.
I will. Got plenty of time. Nothing but time.
Nothing but time. You all can't hear him. How many squares do you see? Jot your answer down somewhere. Down to the countdown.
Question?
No.
All right.
Just tell me how many you see, no questions. How many do you see?
Time's up.
Outline squares?
Time's up.
How many squares do you see?
This is a trick.
How many squares are there? We're at 1 minute?
Yep.
We're at 1 minute. How many squares you see?
42.
42. How many squares do you see?
Well, I had one answer, but I need to change it.
What, how many do you see?
I had 27 originally.
It's okay, how many do you see?
I haven't finished count. I lost track, but I know it's more than 35.
Oh, it's more than 35. What about you, Lisa?
39.
How many do you see? Are y'all looking at the same square?
Yeah.
Are y'all looking at the same square? Nobody, no two answers. What am I supposed to do with that?
5 down is 25.
No, you know what? Pair it with somebody. Pair it with somebody and tell me how many squares you see. I don't care where you go. I don't care where you go. Three of you in the group, go. How many do you see?
And then slide across like that. Two rooms to the one.
How many do you see?
And then. And then you can go. Up. So you guys are gonna-
You tell me when you get to 10 seconds. You tell me when you get to 10 seconds.
I did a variation that was 2 by 2 from one side, it was made 2 by 2 by the other side. When I came down to the same 2 by 2 on one side, the other side.
Okay, get your collective answers. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7,
The 3 by 3.
6,
4 by 4.
5, 4, 3, 2. How many squares you gonna see?
We're still adding, come back to us.
Oh,
No, we broke it down. She did some equations, you know, she's a data
So therefore,
person,
any square you can calculate, just.
listen to all this conversation. I just wanna know how many squares you see, that's all.
I love the
How many
process.
squares do you see? How many squares, once you all start talking, how many do you see?
I saw more.
You saw more this time.
This time, yes, right. Well, we were.
Kelly, you all were together.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody knows if I'm gonna switch up some of these groups. One more switch. Kelly, go over there and talk to Jared. Monique, come over here and talk to Joanne and Louise. Come on.
And we're just like,
How about as many as you want us to?
Hey,
Is that all right?
Right.
how many squares do you see? Now, you all really, this is one picture, one group square. I'm expecting the same answer from all of you. How many squares do you see?
The two big.
the 2 big.
Right, but that's part of the 5 squares.
It's part of it, it's square.
Give me another 30 seconds.
Which can you count on this?
How much?
If you look at this constitutes a square, and then this constitutes a square, so you can continue to go.
Yeah, so how many would that be?
More students.
Two. Right.
Give and Raymond.
Right.
I'm gonna text Raymond to get how many squares.
No cheating.
Call a friend.
You're having the same
Yes.
Are we assuming that the height?
And how many squares do you see? How many squares do you see?
That's not helpful. is it?
I'm not very helpful.
I don't trust my eyesight.
Okay.
I know.
You could do.
You're past.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's a lot of answers.
It's a
Did it
lot.
change again? Did it change again?
Yes, it did.
It changed again? Are y'all looking at the same square?
Yeah, but there's many multiple ways you can count.
Oh, really? There's multiple ways you might see it.
Right.
How many you all get? 56. Okay, they got 56. Did you all have more or less?
We were still counting, but we had gotten up to 47.
Okay, they got it.
But you're counting. And then how I counted 3 by 3 that she started to.
You do 5 times
Oh, right,
5.
and then there's a 3 by 3.
Then you can do 2 squares, then you can do 3 squares, then you can do 4 squares within the 5.
But that's what we asked for clarification.
Right, that's the equation.
Oh, so y'all asked.
What's the
for
equation?
clarification?
What's the equation?
David wants to know what the
It's just,
equation
it's a
is.
sum of squares. Funny. It is the sum of squares. You've got the 1 by 1 square, the 2 by 2 square, the 3 by 3 square, 4 by 4.
She's a true data person.
So how many does that make total?
I don't like the number because it's not a square, but 56.
Right.
I don't like the number, so I feel like I'm missing something in the equation.
Well, let's just see how many squares are up there.
Well,
Let's
then,
just see.
can you count the squares? Can you count
Oh, no, that's just the first slide.
Oh, okay.
There's 1 by 1 squares, there's 25 of them. There are 2 by 2 squares, there's 4 of them. There are 8 2 by 2 squares, there are 12 2 by 2
Yes,
squares,
exactly.
there's 16. And then there are the 3 by 3 squares, right? So we're just showing you where they are, right?
Yeah.
So they're 3 by 3 squares. And they're the 4 by 4 squares, right?
Yeah,
What does it get to?
and then what about the overall square?
The overall square.
And then we counted
And
the
there's
big
the
white
white box.
square,
And then we
that the
had the
box
white
that
box.
The background.
the.
The background
That's
was.
how you got to your 56. See you? I gave me a different perspective, because I hadn't thought of that one. If you add up, just the way that I added it up,
Equations
there are
are
55, 56 if you count that white background.
Claire,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you go back to the original slide?
No.
Real fast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Town lawyers
Show
are
us the
involved.
No,
Gotta get rid
this
of
is,
money
I
now.
was paired up with our clerk, and she introduced this to me, and I said, I can't even calculate it. Can you put up the very first one, so real fast?
That's what you call thinking outside the box.
Box, right.
All right. Every single one of those windows over there is also a square.
But that's not really.
Well, is it? Read the call of the question, how many squares
I
are
thought
there?
about that
All of
too,
those windows are squares.
Good job, Pam. That's how you keep us in order, because you see the whole picture.
You all should see when I do this with kids.
Our clerk sees. the
I mean, they are amazing.
Snip a phone.
So,
Don't tell us how many they came up with. We'll be embarrassed.
what did you see happen? There's some words missing off this. Let me see if I can. For some reason, it didn't pick up. So let me ask you, what did you see happen when you started to work together? One word, give me one word.
Level.
That it started to happen, started to describe what happened when you started to work together.
Broader perspective.
Broader perspective,
Sharing,
sharing, you raised different questions. What else?
explaining,
Explaining.
clarifying.
The energy level changed.
Yeah, energy.
You all got up, somebody got up and went to the screen and looking up things on the screen, and Jared was over here talking about some kind of statistical something. How the brain doesn't operate that way. My brain doesn't operate that way, Jared. My brain doesn't operate that way.
Gene Kelly are the analytical formulas.
Oh, so you got some analytical.
Accountant, whatever.
Okay. Great. All right. But the point is that something happened when you started to work together. You're looking at the same problem, the same challenge, the same issue. But what you brought to the table were your different perspectives and your different gifts. And you worked on it together, and when you worked on it together, what happened? All the things that you always say. The energy level changed, you had broader perspectives, right? That's the same thing when you're working as a commissioner. You got 4 districts. Each of them has a identity and a culture, but you know what? When you're in Atlanta, or for that matter, in another city, I don't want to use Atlanta. When you're in Macon, Georgia, nobody in Macon, Georgia says, what does Cobb District 1 look like? What's going on in Cobb District 4? What do they say? What's going on in Cobb? In Cobb, okay? And yes, the districts make up, Cobb County make up the total, one Cobb. But what we want to encourage you to do is to really be willing to listen, open yourself up to the different perspectives and see it as a gift. See it as a gift. The challenges of collaboration, that's really what you all are up to. And look at how many of these things we've talked about already over the course of the morning. These are words you've already heard. You gotta share, you gotta have trust, you got to use those things, you know, you've got to support one another. It's all about collaboration, and it's the challenge is you've got different perspectives, you've got different assumptions, right? You have differences in goals, differences in time commitment, right? So you have to work through those things. But here's the benefit if you're willing to do it. You got more and better ideas. Is that not what just happened with the squares? You got robust interaction. That's what I saw. I saw all of a sudden the sound even in this room went up. You know, it was no longer quiet. You weren't sitting all alone. You were really coming together. You had a greater capacity to respond because you used the different perspectives and the different gifts. At least I think it was you. It might have been Joy. Somebody over here that said, "I saw more. I saw more." You're more inclusive. If inclusive is a value of this commission and of your county, then you have to begin to do this. You have to begin to practice it, right? You got a greater reach, a greater awareness of what you're looking at. And so we want to invite you and encourage you to see that and hear that. And I think what we want to leave you with is, it really is new normal. It is not easy to do. And it has to be very intentional. You have to develop it intentionally. You have to create that as a part of your culture. But the promise is, if you do, if you're willing to take it on, the promise is that this is how you will benefit. Comments, questions? Making sense?
Great example.
Uh-huh. Okay, when we do it this way, I hope you will take it with you. I hope it kind of sticks with you. You know, when you're looking at a challenge or issue that you're faced with, you say, hey, well, wait a minute, let me stop for a minute. You see, you stop for a minute and say, wait a minute, let me check in with Kelly. Maybe she's saying something I'm not seeing.
I think one of the challenges is, and you shared it with one of your friends, is the time factor. You know, there's rarely a time all of us are present unless it's to go to a meeting. We all have a lot of competing things that we're doing, and then again, throw on a pandemic on top of this. It just makes things, I'm sorry, I see a commissioner, I just don't know if she has anything.
No, I was like, okay, how long should I stay here?
Oh.
Technically, I'm breaking rules.
Someone else is new.
But if you look at, if I were to pull out my agenda book and look at all of the items that we had to make a decision on, the time it takes just for each one of us to just look at it one time, let alone the time we have to digest it as a group, then to talk to staff, understand their perspective, when they have their time issues, then for us to come as a board on just one matter.
Trust me, I know, I hear you.
This is,
Here's my promise to you though. My promise is, if you begin to practice it, it gets easier. And you'll find that you will benefit on the backside. Because guess what? You're catching it anyway on the backside because you have it.
you're right.
And because you didn't listen and you didn't trust and you didn't understand, you're spending time on the backside.
Exactly.
But you have to work at it. Am I wrong, David? You have to work at it.
And only 2 at a time.
Right, there's that.
That's the time thing, because we can't all be together and collaborate
Right.
like this at once.
Right,
We have to walk the halls with 2 at a time,
right, exactly,
no more than 3,
exactly.
no more than 2.
There's
No more than
inherent
two.
challenges.
There are some inherent challenges. Other comments?
All right, and the only thing I know is process, that when there's lapse of time, finding a process helps establish that culture so that everybody knows what to do, because it is so complex. There are so many people, so many different, rules in terms of how we can even speak to one another. That having a clear process can get us there, because then everyone knows, okay, I'm ready to talk about this thing. I can do A, B, C, D, and E. These are my options. This is where I can go to. But when there isn't clarity on that side, that's where everybody's like, okay, let me do what I know how to do versus I'm gonna do what other people are expecting.
Did you pay her? She queued up your next section very nicely. Thank you.
As love, so below, as below, so above.
Thank you. We're gonna spend some time this afternoon talking about a process. And maybe it helps. There's no perfect answer, by the way. It's just the nature of these folks. But we're gonna spend a little bit of time on that, and David? This was really good taking lunch, so this tells you that we're just a little bit behind.
That cat looks stressed out.
Before we get into looking at that process, remember this morning I said we're going to look at a decision-making tool that I did a little bit of help. That's really what it's about. But we want to spend a little time talking about the 2021 achievements. And we're gonna actually turn it over to you, Madam Chair, to talk from the big level and then to hear from your districts what they see as their achievements from 2021.
Certainly, this past year has been a very busy time for us. It's been unprecedented with us being in the pandemic. And I think one of our initial achievements that we talked about from the beginning of the year was starting off our year like this. For those of us that have served on this board for a long period of time, it's so rare that we've come together at the top of the year to even talk about how we do things collectively as a board. And for us to start off last year with a retreat, it, I think, helped to show a turning in how we were doing things here at the county. We spent that year talking about the needs of the county and learning about a lot of the shortcomings that our agencies had in serving. And so I think we owe ourselves a pat on the back for being unique in our past boards and hearing what all of their concerns were and queuing up all of those presentations before our budget that we're going to hear this year. We've also took to heart the workforce development issues within our county. We've put into place a pay and class study that will allow us to be better responsive to the organization. Another thing that we've done is we've hit COVID head on, as hard as it hit us. Remember last year we were fumbling to get vaccines out. Remember when the seniors were piling in the cars, supposed to be one vaccine per car, and they would open the door and 8 would be in there, and we tried to figure out from a process perspective how we handled it. And we did it in grace and partnership with our Cobb Douglas Public Health. We had a town hall meeting, Jackie and I with Cobb Douglas Public Health at the beginning of the year. We rolled out a call center. We are rolling out now testing kits for our population because we're doing what it takes to be responsive. Because of the equity issues and talking to Cobb Douglas Public Health, they started rolling out testing and vaccinations in the community as opposed to initially before everybody was coming to convene at General Park. We also addressed a lot of the exigent needs that had to deal with the pandemic. We dealt with housing, we dealt with food. We broadened the number of service providers initially at the beginning of the year because we wanted to do better and being responsive, and looked at how our decision not only helped us catapult ourselves beyond the region, but we received national attention for our partnership with those service providers and also with our magistrate judge. There's some gains that we made just financially as a county. In a pandemic year, our tax digest grew by 5%, and our housing sector grew by 12% in a tough year. And we also maintained for the 25th year our AAA bond tax rating. And you can say for a new board of commissioners balancing a $1 billion budget, we did that. We did that. We did what people thought we could not do in that first year. With respect to economic development, again, in a pandemic year, we added new headquarters to Cobb County landscape with relay payments on Delande. You see TKE, they had their opening last year, showing off their new headquarters, which is the tallest test tower in the United States right here in Cobb County. We grew as a county, and not just in our business sector, but in population, as Mike Carnathan shared. And to me, if we're not growing, we're going the opposite way. Some can say you're dying, and we can see that if we're not keeping up with the growth, we're also going to have our challenges. But at least we're growing, and that's not one of our concerns. Inclusion has been one of my driving forces of serving as the chair, and I'm grateful for our county manager helping to push us to finally fund the DE&I staffing position for the county that we're still trying to get filled, but at least we've surpassed other boards and putting money behind that commitment as opposed to just talking about it. And now we're just dealing with the workforce challenges of being able to pay somebody to come here. We've also kicked off a 21-day challenge with United Way to address equity. Our efforts have garnered sponsorship by the United Way. They are putting forth a consultant to guide equity development in the county for 6 months here. There's going to be a team of people. Georgia State has also adopted us through their Andrew Young Policy School, and we're going to have a team of graduate students looking at how we serve everyone here in Cobb through the great services and commitment that we share that we have for everyone. We're going to make sure it reaches, at least have a plan for making sure it reaches everyone in every part of the county. Our Chief Justice stepped up, and they even did implicit bias training for all their judges. And when has that ever occurred here in the county? So I think we are moving the tone and tenor about what it means to be a county that is welcoming and inclusive for everyone. Beyond that, our pursuit of success is a priority. We had a tough job in maintaining our workforce. We know the commitment levels of our staff, how much we expect of them. But I think this past year in every job sector, a lot of people have made some different choices about what they're going to do with respect to employment. And although many departments have seen a loss in at least their workforce, particularly when it comes to public safety, we have done what we could as a county to shore up our employees. We gave them an incentive at the top of last year that helped to retain the number of our employees. We also implemented pay in class for our police officers, which gives them a stability of knowing how their pay raises are going to occur. When people were talking about defunding the police, we were funding our police here in Cobb County. And I think that shows a lot about where our commitment is. We also committed to a merit raise that we put in place in last year's budget because our retention of our workforce meant that much to us. And so I commend the board for doing that because that is something that did not happen on a consistent basis. Cobb Police reinstituted its Community Affairs Officers Program, which continued to help bridge the relationship with the community. They even reinstituted their National Night Out Against Crime, which I think many of us attended. And it was a great time to see our community coming out and building that bridge again. Cobb's Fire, they continue to maintain their ISO rating for the county, responding to over 63,000 calls. 911, this board hired an excellent 911 director who not only was recognized nationally, but in our region, who has turned around the morale of that department and who I think is setting Cobb County up to be able to set some national standards on a national level. She's been responsive also to the needs of mental health, and they're looking to include staffs to help us with our mental health calls within 911. Can you imagine when you call 911, you're not just hearing from police and fire, but you also can get someone that can be a little bit more responsive to the nuance of that call when it comes to mental health. Our sheriff has also made historic investments in improving the safety of his staff and also launching 24-hour mental health services. Strengthening peace of mind is also important. Our IS department helped to strengthen our peace of mind. Remember, this board funded cybersecurity. With the attacks that are occurring nationally, we were stepping up and putting money to help keep our IS system safe here in the county. And our constitutional officers helped to keep our county safe. We supported the DA in his initiative to reduce the number of nonviolent offenders that were in the system so that we can concentrate our critical resources on the most violent offenders here. That would not have happened if this board did not fund that initiative. We also, in response to the backlog of the pandemic, used the resources that we received from the ARP funds to build out another courtroom so that they can adequately, safely distance people and still hear court cases. And so I know that's helping them tremendously. We also funded new staff and office retrofits for probate court. Magistrate court, they rolled with us. They helped us roll out our housing program. And again, we not only received national attention from the media, but even they received White House recognition for their leadership. I have to mention Cobb Legal Aid was also a partner with that program. Sam Owens, he talked about, again, our initiative and partnership that we built in addressing housing and in addressing food insecurity. We did that. Overall development in Cobb County surged during the pandemic. Single-family home permits outpaced commercial development, and even as commercial permitting declined by about 8%, our housing market is what was helping to drive our boom here to continue in Cobb. We kicked off meetings to address development in Cobb through our comprehensive plan update. For those of you that began participating in that, those have been stellar. I can't believe that they were able to move that platform to a virtual platform and still get the engagement that is needed to help the public be able to weigh in on how we develop. We also did put forth the Unified Development Code to update our zoning code to make it easier. And even though the public continues to criticize us for having Soviet-style development, we continue to still have to address misinformation to get to what we know is going to be a great product for our citizenry when we get to the other side of that misinformation. We've addressed, and we still continue to address, development of our underlying infrastructure. We had 2 legal rulings that impacted Cobb County directly and the metro area when it comes to the water wars challenge that have been going on for 30 years. I'm giving my state of the county address, but we were successful with our battle with the state of Alabama and Florida, which shores up our water resources coming in from the Chattahoochee. And after that ruling, the U.S. Army Corps also credited our storage of water coming in from Lake Allatoona so that we don't have to pay for that water that we're storing that's actually could be credited to us because of our unique way of helping to store water here in the county. And these issues have been going on for 3 decades. On top of that, for at least a decade when Sam was here as chair, we've been trying to address stormwater development infrastructure. And this is the first board that said we're not just going to talk about stormwater and flooding issues in our county. We are going to direct staff, tell us how we finally do this. Because this county has been developing more so, as they said, in the 90s and 2000s than any recent board has developed this county. But this is the board that takes the heat for putting in the infrastructure for our flooding issues. When we know those issues have been happening. But this will at least be the board to finally make sure that we have the resources to address the impact of that development. Still on top of that, with the shortage of resources that water has had, they continue to get awarded nationally, and just like the county and our AAA bond rating, they also have a AAA bond rating. Transportation is hot here in the county. For the first time, we have a partnership with the city of Atlanta, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, Fulton County, and Cobb County to come in partnership with the I-285 Top-In project, which can build a rapid transit system that helps to carry people throughout the region. And we voted on that last year. And I have to say, I helped to champion that effort because initially that 285 project was gonna stop in this area. And I said, well, DeKalb can pull it to I-20, why can't we pull it to I-20 on the other side? And so, Mark was willing to come to the table to do that, and that's gonna help our residents on the south and west side. Mobility is also important. We went to the public. I think we have support for moving forward with our transit referendum. The public is 50-50 on that 5-year and 30-year. I think this board has opportunity to do what no board has ever done and finally significantly invest in transit. We have a lot going on with the way of cityhood. That's more this year and that we can talk about, but I'm happy to see the theme of one cog coming forward. And I love Sam saying, no matter how many cities move forward, we are still one cog, and this board is committed to excellent service. We have redistricting that's going on, which has been one of the most painfully challenging things I've ever seen on this board. But I appreciate our board talking with one another, trying to get maps that were right, going to the county, advocating for what we knew could be a feasible map for this board. And there's still more collaboration to be done. But I think it presented an opportunity for us to solidify our voice as a board and say we want to keep our commission whole. Let's see what else here. You guys, last year, what a crazy year. We saw the All-Star game leave Cobb County for us to come back and win the Major League Series. And we said that no matter what you take from us, watch us earn it. Watch us earn it. No matter when you count us out, watch us get back in the game and not only get back in and win. To me, that's the theme of last year, commissioners. No matter when people count us out or there's misinformation, when you count me out as chair, I'm gonna get down, we're gonna come back up. We are Cobb County. Cobb County wins. And if you heard in the presentations, at least 150 counties look to us to win. And we got a chance to not only show that for the state, we got a chance to show that to the world this past year. And look how it brought people together, RD, North Cobb, Atlanta, Cobb County. We took the parade from downtown Atlanta, brought it here to Cobb. And there were thousands of people lining the street for such a festive occasion that we got a chance to be a part of right here in the space that we're in. Public services, many wins in that arena. We continue to get awards for Keep Cobb Beautiful and adopting a mile and keeping our roads clean. We've had Parks and Recreation transition from on-site events to virtual events, entertaining tens of thousands of people, and still keep things moving with limited staff, with the same spirit that they've had towards committing themselves to creating energy in our county. And we have our staff to commend for that. We opened up a new library, well, we didn't open up a new library, but we opened up a renovated main library last year in Commissioner Burrell's district, and she's getting a new library. And we helped to fund her do that with Ritter's Library. But not only is she getting a new library, she's getting a new police precinct, which is going to help us be able to better balance police services across the county. This board did that. And guys, I still haven't gotten out of 2021 yet. It's a pandemic year. It's crazy. Our furry friends, there was a time when we used to have a backlog of animals sitting at animal control services. They brought down the number of animals in our population from 400 to, I believe, like 150 animals. And, I think that's significant when you consider that they took in 7,400 animals just in 2021. So it's the agencies, not the sexy agencies that people hear about that are doing great things. All of our agencies are doing great things. And I could go on and on with Cobb Senior Services, how they're stepped up with Meals and Wheels, provided food to the public, and how they provide therapeutic services for our seniors. I could talk about the partnerships that we have with many of our businesses that are working with the county, whether it's through our public services agency or through their own programs. I think even last year, we brought back the Georgia State Fair in partnership stronger than ever, with having about 400,000 people that attended. We are rocking and rolling here in Cobb County. I'm proud of this board. I'm proud of what we're doing. We still have a lot more work to do. As Commissioner Variable said, there's some goals that we identified that we still haven't accomplished. But man, look at what we accomplished. And I believe I'm very committed to what we're doing here today. Because if we build our board, I sound like Biden, back better, there's so much that we can accomplish as a team. So I just thank you for allowing me to share these accomplishments, because I don't ever want to walk this board to walk with their head down feeling like we aren't getting stuff done, or the staff to feel like we're not getting stuff done in the face of all the criticism and vitriol that they get. We are doing a great job. We will do even greater. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, as you hear that list, how do you all feel about it?
Well, it's a great list. It's been a list that's been around for a long time. So while it's a great list, it's a list that's been around for a long time. And it's been evolving over time. And yes, it came to fruition in 2021, but it didn't necessarily start with us. It came to life with us. And that again is where I think we need to remember that, yes, we are sitting here at this time taking credit for something that previous people took actions to do to get us here.
Right.
I think the World Series is the prime example. You know, if it hadn't been for Commissioner Earl, and I know it was Commissioner Cupid at the time, they were the ones that sat on the board that hit the button that ended up bringing the stadium here. You know, the other three of us, we weren't part of that, but here we got to celebrate in the, you know, celebrations. So I think that's what we need to keep perspective is while all this great stuff is happening, we didn't necessarily start it. We're seeing it come to life, but then the question is what are we gonna start for 10, 20 years down the road to come to life? But we also have to remember our staff. Because while we get to sit here and be the ones out in front, it's really the staff that have to do all this. You know, and when Sam Mullins was talking about who doesn't want more parks, I was about to flip my hand up. And it's not that I don't want more parks. We've got so much park inventory that is not developed. And I think they put out a budget to do parks. So what was it, like $350 million it was gonna cost for us to develop all the park plans that we currently have adopted. Okay, where are you gonna get the money to do that? So we've got all this park land that's not developed that the community is like, hey, when's this park gonna come about? So, you know, yeah, we're gonna be the ones that are gonna be coming so that in another 15 years, Stout Park, that's one, a fun one, is in District 4. I was on the steering committee that helped purchase that park and then design the site plan for it. It is yet to be built out. Yet it was promised to the community back in 2008 that it would be available to them. So here's where we can work to move that forward. But again, it was something that was started many years before. But then we also got to stay within the limitations of our staff.
So what I hear is wanting to make sure that there is appropriate acknowledgement of where some of these things started, right? Like that you may not have necessarily been the composition of the board that initiated some of these things. So our work is to acknowledge that, acknowledge staff, and to figure out what it is that we're doing so that 15 years from now, when another board is sitting here, they've got a similar set of achievements to acknowledge.
Right, and let's take the paying class, for example. You know, that was approved back in not paying, stepping grade. That was like in February of 20.
Implemented in 19,
Or 19.
and then, the compression issue for the next 3 years was last year.
Right, but the concept was put out and adopted by the board, you know, 2 years ago at least.
So let me ask you a
money
different
was-
question, because I asked the question, and I apologize, you all don't know this, I'm trained as a lawyer, right? You may know that, I'm trained as a lawyer. And so sometimes when I ask a question, I'm not actually getting an answer to the question I asked, I will stop you and ask you to answer the question I actually asked. So the question I asked was, how did you feel when you heard that list of achievements being listed out?
I didn't agree.
So I want to distinguish between what you think and what you felt.
It was not my achievement to take.
And so how did you feel about it?
I don't know if there was really an emotion tied to
Sure there
that.
is. Sure there is.
Disconnected
Okay,
is probably a good word because again, it wasn't me.
okay. Perfect. How did you feel when you heard that list?
Mostly positive of the accomplishments,
You're about to tell me what you think.
Yeah.
So mostly positive. And I'm really working at that feeling space. Go ahead,
and tell you what I think or what I felt.
what you felt.
I think I just said what I felt.
So positive is
Positive and
is
accomplishments.
warm, positive is full, positive is happy, there's a whole range of emotions that sit inside of positivity.
Okay, let me just say, a lot of accomplishments that were stated by the chairwoman, I feel that I was part of.
Great.
I was
And,
in the senior member.
pardon?
You've
I know.
also been here for 12
And
years.
the part in my district and the precinct that she mentioned, I put those on the 2016 SPLOST that ended last year.
Okay,
It took 6 years to get those, to groundbreaking for those.
right,
So I definitely feel connected to that because they were my projects. But overall, for Cobb, I think the main accomplishment that I feel the most part of was passing a budget without a millage increase. And with the stepping grade for public safety,
Mhm.
which I was championing along the way. That being part of the budget and being able to do that for public safety, which is our number one priority.
So
As a
I'm,
board, we had decided that years ago, but I'm just saying, that was on the budget
mhm.
for last year. To me, that was the biggest accomplishment of passing a budget without a millage increase.
Perfect.
And identifying specific goals with the police, public safety and stepping grade for police.
So I want to, I'm actually transitioning, I'm actually going to come to you guys, I'm not leaving that other question, I'm going to come to you, but since you started this, I want to ask you, that was one of the achievements that you were most appreciative of or maybe even proud of.
Mhm.
What was the value, based on what value would you consider that to be successful? Let me tell you why I'm asking this question, because people have different values, which will then determine what they consider to be successful or not successful, right? Like we can look at the same thing. Facts are only observations. The way we make meaning of them is inside of the narrative that we operate in, inside of the value structure that we operate in. So why was that? What was the value upon which you consider that to be successful?
As far as that specific
Yeah.
stepping grade for police
Yes.
and not a monetary value.
Well, no, not a price, not a number, no.
Yeah.
What's a value?
Well, as a board, as our number one priority to keep our citizens safe,
Mhm.
and with, on a national level, as the chairwoman alluded to, defunding the police and talk of that at a national level and local level. To me, we put our money where our mouth was and stepped up for our public safety.
And so, the value of an investment and a commitment to public safety is is a high measure for you?
The highest.
Perfect. So the question has shifted slightly. I get to change the question ever so slightly. This is still, the question is still this, like, of achievements that were either listed or weren't listed, what's one achievement that you're most proud of? And what was the value that it was based on? What makes it successful? From your perspective.
For me, it's always about people. So the two items for me would be the step-in grade for law enforcement and the class and pay study for employee pay raises.
And so you say it's all about people. Say more about, like, what does that actually mean? Is there a value connected to that?
In my governing and in my interaction, I always look to put people first and see how we can work around making that happen.
Great.
And then fill in the blanks with everything else.
Perfect. Okay.
Can I just add?
Yeah.
As we have these conversations, you know, some of the earlier comments, it reminded me of something. My first day in philosophy class at college.
Where was that?
In New York City.
Okay.
The professor asked, can you step into a river twice? So I'm like, of course you can. It's a river. You just step in the river. But the answer is you cannot, because the water is constantly flowing in the river. So the board represents the river, and our policy, practices, etc., represents the flow of water. So while there may be policies and achievements that we may not feel that we should take credit for, there should also be blame that we should not take on either. So as you govern, whether it's through a board of commissioner, through a state representative, through a governor, through a president, you're going to take credit for things that you have not done, and you will also take blame for things that you have not done. But in time, if you're there long enough, you will legitimately take blame for decisions that you have made, and you will legitimately take credit for things that you have done. So the point that I'm making is they both go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. So you will get credit for some things, and you will get blamed for some things.
Achievement that you're proudest of and value that you base it on.
That was poetic. No, I mean, my words would not have been, or not as poetic on it, but certainly exactly that. It's the idea that, you know, my feeling is hopeful with the list. Job's not done yet, but hopeful. And I had to share that because I know we moved off that question before a thinker, but just as she was experiencing, it takes a little energy for us to figure out the feeling behind it.
Mm-hmm. I get that.
There you go. Yeah, in terms of accomplishments, there's so many to choose from.
Give me one.
I know. There's so many to choose from, but I think the first thing I wanted to make sure of was to be able to fully embrace the diversity of voices that exist within the district. And establish a way, procedure, method of accomplishing that so that people knew how they could get in contact, knew how they could express all the things that they're feeling, regardless of whether it's factual or opinion or just a concern out of, you know, I dreamt it and I'm asking. And that was very, very important. And I feel that within the last year, a lot of that infrastructure has been put in place. There's still some more things to close in on that. And the reason why that's important to me, so I actually have North Stars that I do with my team. North Star I have for the county is, do other people copy what we do? That's for me a good indicator that what you're doing is something interesting. For internal, when it comes to people, there are 4 categories. I look at coverage, so how many people are covered by that. The impact, what is the impact? How do you quantify that? The longevity of the impact, is it sustainable or is it just something that is because you're here? And then lastly, the impact completeness, which goes to that holistic completeness, which goes to the holistic approach, right? Versus saying, well, this is going to be the solution I put down because one size fits all, rather than doing that, you go with the approach of saying, these are all the factors that influence this. What can we put in place that addresses those pieces? That is impact completeness. So that would be why that's my value for it, but that's why that's my primary success.
Perfect. So what was your main accomplishment that you're most proud of?
That was it. Creating
All
those
those
channels.
things?
No, creating those channels.
I missed something. Say that again?
Creating those channels for people to know how to engage with the government.
The question changed, so I'm coming back to you because I don't want to not allow you to identify the achievement for which you are proudest, and then what was the value upon which you based that.
So it's similar to what Commissioner Richardson said, but I have it simpler. It's just education. Just educating the public on, what right-of-way is, what stormwater is, what the county is responsible for, what they're not responsible for, and then engaging them and teaching them so they understand, where the expectation is.
And so what's the value that you like, why, the thing that you consider to be an achievement, what's the value that makes that important for you? Wisdom? Say more.
You said one.
Just the value, yeah. So say more, when you say wisdom is the thing that makes that important, makes it successful.
Because, like Commissioner Burrell is the senior member on the board. She has been through a lot more than, say, Commissioner Richardson and Sheffield have in their 1 year. So again, we can always go to someone who is more senior and experienced than we are to, again, find out what do we need to do, how do we handle this, how do we make it different? There's always something learning from someone else that has gone there before, right? Just like we had Sam Owens here earlier today to give us his wisdom on when he served. It's giving us perspective so that we can follow it and take it forward.
I think I might have misunderstood earlier. I don't know.
The question changed.
The question
Next question.
So I didn't quite give you my 2 achievements. I was just, I thought you wanted us to echo on the chair's list. I was so zoned in on that.
But you said you can mention whatever you.
It changed.
Okay, can I
on
just-
the list?
No,
You wanna-
please?
I want to hear.
No, because there are 2 that I really am proud of. I'm sorry about that. So as far as District 4 is concerned, the 2 things that I am very proud of is our Career Fair and Tenant Forum, which we kicked off last year, and it will be an annual event, and our Home Ownership Forum. So again, the idea behind that is to stabilize families. We're taking it back to people. With our career fair, we had several employers there, including Cobb County. With our tenant fair, we had our magistrate judge helping with eviction, with answers to evictions. And then in the fall, we had a home ownership program. And, while now is not a great time to buy a home, it's a great time to get yourself set up to purchase a home. So just offering those two annual events. The whole idea and hope is to stabilize families.
And would I be wrong in assuming that the value that you were using to assess some of the others, which is the impact it has on people, is the same value that makes those? And did Did you have a different answer? Did you?
No, but
Okay.
if we were gonna get district specific,
Oh,
which I was going on overall Cobb with the budget and accomplishments overall.
okay. And if you were gonna get district specific, what would you say is your the proudest achievement? Give me one, your proudest achievement for your district and why?
Well, obviously, we did discuss the 2 SPOS projects that started in 16.
And that's why I thought that you were talking about your district, but say more.
But actually, redevelopment of Sprayberry Crossing was a major accomplishment. There was a 25-year-old eyesore in the community.
Mhm,
It was deemed blighted by the courts,
mhm.
and it finally got zoned and redeveloped last year.
And what
And it's in
difference-
District 3.
And what difference is it making? What difference are you seeing as a result of that?
Well, neighborhoods that have been impacted with their house values.
Okay.
It's across the street from one of our major high schools in Cobb,
Mhm.
Sprayberry High School. Just the community coming together mostly coming together
Perfect.
to support it. Because like I said, it's been an eyesore, blighted,
Mhm.
dilapidated, old shopping center for almost over 25 years.
Perfect. So it's interesting because when you said that, you said Sprayberry Crossing, Sprayberry Cross or Crossing?
Crossing.
At least a quorum, maybe a unanimous response from the rest of the commission was, yeah. Yeah, that's in your district, but that was good. That was good work. So, so I want to keep us somewhere close to approximating the time that we were planning to spend today. Thank you all. I want to just introduce the possibility. This is not a decision-making tool. It's a decision-making framework that I want to invite you all to consider as you're thinking about your goals coming up. And it's a decision-making framework. Tool, generally, the distinction I make is that a tool is something that actually does the work. Framework is a way of thinking about and approaching stuff, approaching a set of challenges or decisions. And is anybody familiar with Cynefin? You guys know this Cynefin framework? Yeah. So it actually doesn't, if you look at it, you would say Cenefin, right, or something like that, but it's actually Cynefin. It's a Welsh word, and it means like ecology or habitat. So it's like, how do you think about a wholeness, a holistic way of making a decisioning framework, right? And there are a number of things that it does. What it helps you to do really is to appreciate the nature of the kinds of decisions that you're making. Like, there are a bunch of different kinds of decisions that come to you all the time, right? Some of them have a different level of decisioning, different level of impact that's necessary. So what this does is offers you a way of agreeing on a context for a proposed decision. If one of you is operating within, context is decisive. I don't know, I say this all the time, it's just one of my phrases. Context is decisive. The context within which a decision is made will determine the available decisions that can be made, or the decisions that can be made well, right? And so what this framework does is it helps you to establish a shared context within which to start making and proposing action. It's too much information.
I need you to break this down.
Yeah.
Just the amount of words.
I know, it's a lot of words, it's a lot of text, but once you hear it, I think it's much more easily understood. What's happening on this side of the chart is that when you're in a context where things are ordered, well ordered, this side of the chart. When you're in a context in which things are in a state of disorder, you're on this side of the chart. So that's the first. Ordered, disorder. Obvious. There are some decisions that will come to you that have a cause and effect mechanism that is so clearly established, you know that doing this results in that. Tick gets you talk every time, right? There's very little, we know that if we do this, we get that. Those are decisions that we consider to be obvious decisions, and they've been proven and tested and demonstrated over and over again, so much so that you can rely on best practices. Like there's just a way to do this, right? Simple response. So you figure out what it is, you sense the category that you're in, you put it into a particular category, and you just know there's a best response. There's just a way to respond. Some things are more complicated than that. There is a connection between input and outcome, but it's not just a straight one-to-one. Usually in this area, the area of complication, you can have competing experts. Like everybody's going in the same general direction, but there may be good practices because there are multiple ways to do something. There's still an order between cause and effect. It's just not that simple, easy, already well-established best practice. So you can use what you call good practices. We're all still? Okay. There are a number of decisions that you're going to be invited to make where there is no clear cause and effect. And the only way you can know the difference is by looking in hindsight. You can't know going forward because there's such a complex interaction between multiple systems. There is no direct, clear cause and effect. And so you can use what we call emergent practices. The problem with emergent practices in local government is that it requires you to give yourself permission to fail. Emergent practices are, let's test, let's see, because there's no clear cause and effect. So we have to give ourselves permission to try something, to pilot some things, to see what happens, to test and to figure out until we can move from emergent practices to good practices. We can figure out that doing these 2 or 3 things seem to work. Doing this has no benefit. We have to give ourselves permission to fail, and I would suggest to fail with grace. Because without grace, if you know that there's going to be a high level of recrimination for failure, then people won't try it. Best practices are what most of the people expect you to do. Make one decision and it has an obvious impact. Good practices, you know that if you do the steps that it takes in a SPLOS, it might take, with proper investments, it may take 6 to 8 years for the thing to happen. And there are 2 or 3 different ways to invest it to make it happen, but we have a general sense of how development emerges. Good practices. But there are some things that there is no cause and effect. Like you're going to have to figure it out as you go. The decisions are just too complex. And then there are some times where you've got chaos. And the first thing you have to do is find some level of order. get it to something, and then start experimenting, then start trying to figure it out. This is probably the most important thing that I wanted to bring to you all about this particular framework that I think really matters. You see this little thing down here? It looks like it's just artistry. It's actually a cliff. It's supposed to represent a cliff. Because what happens is, if you take a complex issue or a complicated issue, and you try to treat it as though it's simple and obvious and there's a one-to-one kind of restraint, what generally happens is you produce chaos. Okay. This little cliff down here, this little cliff right here is supposed to suggest a drop-off, because there are a lot of issues that are actually complex. There is no clear cause and effect. We're gonna have to do emergent practices. Or it's complicated. There are multiple ways to do it. There are some good practices, but there are multiple ways to do it. If you try to treat something that's complex or complicated as though it's a simple A to B, tick to tock, what you're likely to do is produce chaos.
You summarize the nature of today's world.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah. This little thing in the middle is just to say that there are some situations we don't know what they are yet. And so your first thing to do is just to take the time to figure out what kind of circumstance are we in. We have to decide what there is to do. We have to discover the nature of the decisioning framework that we're in. I want to actually move because I want to add a layer to this, but I just want to check to see before I add another layer to this, what, if any, questions or understanding is there not about this? Like, what do you not have? Get it? Yes? No, I can't.
You are with us?
So I apologize. I apologize because this isn't in my, this is not in my bio for a variety of reasons. I'm ordained in a Black church tradition, which means that when I ask a question, it is really difficult for me to go to some churches because they're going to sit on their hands when I ask a question because they don't think I'm actually talking to them. And so I apologize because I'm actually inviting inquiry and input from you. Silence is not consent in this world that we exist in today. So, are there questions, comments, concerns before I move to add a layer to this?
So you haven't set your own public comment period.
So I haven't established a public comment period or the time that you have for public comment, is that?
We sit there with a stone face. People speak.
Yeah.
Or keep your time.
Or keep silent, yeah.
This is very complex.
Yes, ma'am.
Confusing and complex.
So tell me about what's confusing about this. I would love for you to explain that to me.
Oh, no.
So tell me what I just
I
said.
don't really have an answer. It's just, I mean, are these the four ways you would handle conflict or decisions
So
making? Or?
when an issue arises either in your district or for the county, in order to have a sense of how you all will proceed, one of the first things you have to do is figure out the context in which this decision arises. Is this something fairly simple? A water main breaks. We know that there is a best practice for how to repair water mains, right? There's a thing that you do. You know, it requires getting different departments together, doing some other stuff and change, but there's a thing, there's a best practice for how to do that.
Well, I wouldn't know how to do that, but I would call stormwater management or sewer or whoever to
Perfect.
fix it.
Perfect.
Send down there to fix it.
So it may be a little more complicated. Maybe that it's not just an A to B. It requires a couple of other people in
An
partnership.
engineer.
There are some things that are going to be brought to you decision-wise that are not, it's not obvious. It's not like there's something obvious, an obvious legislative response, an obvious agency response. It's going to be more complex than that. There's not, and we're going to have to figure out, but you have to know what context, what kind of decisioning you're being invited to so that you can figure out what the way forward is. That's really what this is to say, you all have multiple decisions that are coming before you. The chair was saying every time it's hard to collaborate because you got so much stuff. It just keeps coming. Some stuff that comes to you is actually obvious. Some stuff is a little more complicated. You might have to get some of your expertise in there, but there's a fairly clear, there are one or two ways forward, and you decide between those ways based on the values that you all use to determine what you consider to be success or appropriate. And then there are some things that are complex. How do you know when you're in a complex sphere? Because that's going to invite you to approach it differently. You can't just do an A to B if it feels like it's a complex kind of case, right? And how do we make sure we understand that complex, when it's complex like that, so that we know what our decision-making context is? That's really what this is. It's not quite as, it's complicated, but not really. Good?
Great.
Yes or no? Commissioner, no, yes or no?
Is it N or N?
It's N-O. You took Commissioner Ott's
That
place.
was his name. No, he was N-O, I am K-N-O.
That's debatable.
So, I'm gonna add another layer to it. I just need to make sure that you're good with this layer before I add a layer to it.
Well, I can sit here and know things that, we have not addressed in these past, well, actually, a couple things that we haven't addressed in the 3 years that I've been on the board that still need to be addressed, that are also facing this current board that we haven't addressed in the past year.
Perfect.
And I can sit here and go, well, yeah, we think it's obvious, but it's being made complicated and it's more than likely gonna end chaotic. So,
And that's exactly what I'm inviting you to start thinking about, is so that when you all are talking about it, you can respond to those things, like recognizing it and know the decisioning area that you're in, as opposed to trying to treat something that's complex as though it's obvious, because that may be part of the delay, right?
Yeah, because, I'll just throw a couple out here. We've got, our MSPOS.
Because I'm actually about to invite that part of the conversation. I just want to make sure
I'm a step ahead of you.
you are, as probably is often the case, you are a step ahead, right? So part of the work, because you all operate in districts and you operate as a whole, part of the work is also to figure out how you balance between the independent kinds of decisions that operate at the, not that you can do anything at the district level without some support, but there are certain kinds of actions that really are focused on the district that don't, on a particular district that don't necessarily impact in significant ways the other districts. All of them have some level of interdependence. So this is a matter of the measure, the amount of interdependence between the kinds of decisioning that you want to take and the impact that it'll have on other districts or on the county as a whole. So that's just a layer that you have to balance. But then this is the layer, only thought that it's complex. I'm adding a layer intentionally.
You're gonna have to explain this.
Of course, yeah. No, that's this is
After lunch.
Yes.
Yeah. This is why I was doing this awake alert live thing.
Yes.
So you need to take a break.
My brain needs some coffee. I'm gonna sit back and see what I can do with that information.
Does anybody else need coffee or sugar before I layer in this last piece? You're good. All right, coming back. Getting some coffee.
Please continue.
Not a chance. not a chance. And what I'm hoping that you're doing with the Connecting framework, with the independence, interdependence, balance, and with this nesting theory, you are starting to think about some of the decisions that you all are going to be presented with, some of the goals that you have, and where and how those goals are going to best be achieved.
Well, the only other thing is, even beyond, this obviously is good to know what decision belongs in which bucket, but it can also help us figure out which things absolutely require collaboration.
Yeah.
You know, an SOP.
Yeah.
And which things are fine without the collaborative piece.
Mhm.
And, you know, for the time management aspect, it's important to know where to draw that line, and to set those expectations against ourselves.
And it's not a line, it's not like a fixed line.
No.
It's like a,
Every person is different, right? There's some people that.
well, your choosing to act independently doesn't mean that the decision is an independent, is a decision that benefits from independence.
Right.
You know, and so those, yeah, go ahead.
It'll be chaotic.
Yeah,
If
it could
you
produce
act on
chaos.
something that seems like obvious.
Now, Commissioner Gambrell, this is kind of what you were talking about, I think. A lot of the decisions that you make, and this is where your values and attention are placed. You all think differently about where it's important to focus your decision impacts. Like where should we be looking at impacts? For some, this is a nested theory. The idea of it being nested is that like the nested, imagine like those Russian dolls that are nested inside of each other. So there's stuff that's happening at the international level that has national impacts, that has community impacts, that will impact various organizations. It comes down to impact individuals, right? And there are things that are happening at the organizational level that will impact community, nation, and individuals. And so each of these has different levels of impact and influence on the others. There are things that you are dealing with right now in the present that have their genesis. They kind of started emerging in the last 12 months. But there are a number of things that are dealing with now that have started emerging from 5 to 10, 12 years ago, or a generation ago, or there are some things that you've been living with now that have their precursor in another era, in another age, right? And in order to address things that have been living, that have been emerging for 5 to 10 years, you have to plan responses. You have to expect that the responses that you can make will take 5 to 10 years to show their full benefit. The same amount of time it took us to get into mess, it takes us about that amount of time to get out of it. That's the shorthand. That's the non-scientific way of saying this, right? And so you have to there are certain kinds of decisions you can make that will show immediate benefit. There are some changes that show their benefit, they have their full benefit over the next decade, over the next generation, over the next era, over the next age. And so there are some environmental decisions that you're making now that may show an immediate response, but really the idea is that over the next 5 to 10 to 20 years, they're going to have their full benefit and fruition. And everybody can't be making decisions that are only showing immediate response, even though that's the election cycle. So some of the decisions that were made some of the shifts and changes that started happening in what we would consider remembered history. It was a generation ago, and it's really, really now coming to life. Claire.
Before he makes another comment, I want you all to think about how many times your thinking is stuck in what's stuck, as opposed to the process it takes for the solution to emerge.
Say that again.
Sometimes it's necessary to think about where you're stuck, as opposed to the time it takes for the answers or the solutions to emerge. One of the things that you heard David say is, it took 5 or 10 years to get here, and it's likely to take 5 or 10 years to get out. Not everything is immediate. Everybody with me? Not everything is immediate. And yet what we argue about very often in your kind of environment, what we argue about very often is we're not getting it done today. Your neighborhood is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to tell this quick story. You know, Atlanta decided when the Olympics came that they were going to revitalize 15 neighborhoods, which was ludicrous. It was absolutely ludicrous. And you can tell the city I said so. But what we could do in preparing for the Olympics in Atlanta was to plant the seeds for those neighborhoods to emerge over the next 10 or 15 years. And if you had that perspective and could plant those seeds, 15 years later, you could see a new neighborhood emerge. Now, if you don't think that that's the case, look now at some of those inner city neighborhoods that were around. For example, let's say Summer Hill being one. That's where David lives. Summer Hill, Mechanicsville. How long ago were the Olympics here? 96. And I'm here to tell you that much of what you're seeing emerge was the subject of intense debate and conversation, quite honestly, arguments and fights around strategies that need to happen now. Everybody with me? If you're not with me, tell me. I'll you know. But what the game plan had to be was to plant some of those seeds so that those neighborhoods could emerge. Plant that infrastructure and understand that it was going to take 5, 10, 15 years in some cases, some of them longer than that, for the neighborhood to reach its full revitalized state.
It may also be beneficial because you all know how much work you have to do and how complicated the decisioning arena is that you operate in. But people who just see your meetings and they see you come together for a few hours once every so often, every couple of weeks or so, they think that that's all that's happening. They think that all that's happening is there. And so it may be helpful for the purposes of both transparency and also educating and sharing wisdom with them about the way that things happen, is to say, we are in a complex decision-making framework trying to have an impact about something that is going to show its benefit in the next decade or the next generation. So your demand for immediacy is important, and how might we also know that this is the future that we're building towards? And some of that takes a bit of time. How do we do that together? How might you all do that together? So
I actually would say that again. I don't even know if you can remember what you just said. It seemed I couldn't capture it as quickly as you were speaking. But it's so true. I think about these stormwater issues that we have that have been building up for a sense of 20, 30 years.
Right.
We're being asked to do something and fix it right now for the rain that's going to come tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they're complex. And I wish I could capture what you said to help explain to the public we're doing what we can.
I hope it's just recorded somewhere. Somebody said it. But the idea is, and the other thing is, often people come to you and they have fairly focused, personally focused assessment of framework. Like, how is it impacting me and my family? Even me and my block is a fairly small assessment framework. And so to help them understand that all of our decisions, we recognize that they are nested, but they can't only be decisions that impact an individual, at the family, at the block level. We have to think about at the neighborhood level, at the district level, at the county level, and to some extent, how this county is integrated in this region. And so to help people understand that, and also to know that these aren't issues that just emerged. We're making decisions now that emerge from challenges from our lived history, from the last decade, from the last generation, from the last era, from the last age. There's a narrative, there is a perception, there's a narrative of Cobb County. There are multiple narratives of Cobb County, and they're always being contested. Every decision you make is to contest the narrative of the future of Cobb County. But it's being contested in the present. And so to help folks to understand, like, what's the decisioning context? And so this is the thing. What's the time signature that the decisioning is happening in? How must we balance our independent action and interdependent action? And what's the decisioning framework that we're operating in? Is this a clear cause and effect? Is it cause and effect that's a little more complicated, but with some expert assistance, we can find a good practice to get there? Or is it a complex issue where we're gonna have to do some testing, some imagining, some experimenting, some piloting, even give ourselves permission to fail, have some fail-safe kinds of experiments and piloting? How do we move away from and avoid producing a chaotic environment in our decision? I think it's helpful to have that decisioning framework so that you can distinguish. There are the obvious. What do we do together? These are obvious. It's best practice. We know it. This is the thing about best practice. You can almost always get it right. The good thing is safety. There's generally less risk. Good practice, you have a good chance of getting it right, even if experts argue. Emergent practice, you have an equal chance of getting it right and failing. Chaos, nothing you can do, but it has to go up from here. Once it gets to a certain level of chaos, all you can do is go up from here, right? But like one of you said, one of the things I look for, one of the measures is, and the chair said this, that there are people at the state, the regional, the national level that are looking at what we've done, right? If you're doing best practices, you're always behind the curve. Just know, if every decision you make is based on best practice, you've got to wait for a whole bunch of other people to have figured it out and fail. But you can use best practices. It's risk averse, good to go. Your complicated good practices, people will disagree, but there's generally a way to do it. Emergent practices are where leads are happening, where innovation is happening, where people who are looking to you are figuring out that you're looking to a future. And chaos is you just finding your way back. Novel practices to find your way back when things just happen and you had no idea. COVID produced chaos. And people started acting and responding and doing what they could. And we didn't know necessarily. So some of the decisions that you all made were just new. It's brand new. We ain't never done this before. We're just trying, we got to do something to get out of the chaos. Some of the things you started doing were testing some issues. But for instance, food insecurity, what you notice is there's a best practice is giving people food. But food insecurity, as somebody was noticing earlier, is a much more complex thing than that. It's not just about food, it's about transportation, it's about housing, it's about income, it's about all kinds of other things. And so it's a complex set of decisions. There are multiple entities that would have to be involved, which means there got to be some interdependent decisioning, which means there probably has to be some collaboration and some grace.
Take that second word.
Yeah. And we have to think, what level are we operating at? Where are we? Because some food insecurity that you all are inheriting is because folks are coming from places where there was food insecurity. And so you're inheriting food insecurity. You're not producing it, you're not creating it, but you're still invited to respond to it, right? Which means you probably have to have some sense of what's happening, which is why I love Mike's statistics, because they tell you what's happening at the national level to give you some sense of what's happening at the state level, to give you a sense of how that's going to impact what's happening where you are. So it's a nested theory of decisioning. That was supposed to be a lunch break or a break of some sort, but I don't know if we have time for all that breaking stuff, you guys. Man. Okay, let's take till the quarter after and come back with questions that you have about this, because then I want to help you think through what I want to plan to do is identify one goal or issue that you all have that you like to work through a decisioning framework to see, are the responses obvious or complicated or complex, and the extent to which they are short-term or long-term impacts for what it is you're trying to do. So let's work through a decisioning framework. Just take one, but let's take 10 minutes and come right back. Or that's not true, we're not taking 10 minutes, we're coming back at 2:15. And I should say that differently, we're gonna be back at 2:15, which is different from coming back.
Coming back.
Yeah. Be back, 2:15, thank you.
Always an attorney, huh?
There's my watch.
Right
Hmm?
here.
Suppose my watch says 2:15.
You should be back.
I know. Not where I wanna be at 68 years old.
As a matter of fact, it will count itself down.
Oh, really? No, I don't think I have those final.
Yes, you do. I sent it to you.
This morning?
This morning, last night, I don't
Not last
remember.
night. Not last night.
Then it must have been this
Okay,
morning.
okay.
And one of the reasons that I know I emailed it
Ross,
is
you're on the line.
my phone fail safe is I have it on a jump drive. I emailed it to myself and I emailed it to something happens.
Come on, turn it to
I got
Lisa.
3 shots at retrieving it.
Chair.
It gets all of it, yeah, it's a whole room.
All right, bye.
Ask them if they
Ross,
follow
turn
me
that
when
camera.
you start out.
Are we live? Hey, is this on TV 23 or is it just?
If we are, you're asking all these questions.
Sorry. I have no comment, ma'am. No comment.
I have no comment. I'm gonna-
You ready, David?
I am.
Call it.
Madam Chair.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Out of the line of the camera.
Yeah, why is the camera here?
Because you're the chair.
Right.
But it's pointed at me too.
Yes, it's right.
Well, you said you were the most senior, so if anybody should be in, it should be you.
I'm zooming in right now.
Stand in front of the camera, Doug.
I thought I was, for a while, I thought I was here.
David, I'm sorry.
It's all right, it's all right. If you say Doug, generally you're saying it because most people say it with a certain level of appreciation.
Yeah, we love Doug.
Right, so I'll take that. I'll take
It's
that.
just because we didn't know you, so now.
It's like being the younger
I think you got them all back.
Yeah.
kid in the house.
Welcome back. This is, I can't offer you a guarantee. But I really do, so I'll just share with you. This is a framework that I've used after the Bosnian War, coming out of the Civil War in South Sudan, trying to introduce multi-party democracy in Myanmar, in Greensboro, trying to reconstruct a relationship between police and community, in the Mississippi Delta. This is the framework that we use, right? And I cannot guarantee that the outcomes are good. But what I can suggest, heavily suggest, is that you all, if you can achieve some level of agreement about the decisioning context that you're operating in, if you can say amongst yourselves, this is the decisioning context we're operating in. Simple, independent decisions. You have, and we know what the values are upon which those measures, upon which the outcomes will be measured for their success. That you can find ways to more effectively collaborate, to have better decisioning models, but also, without knowing this, without making this explicit, what often happens is one person is thinking simple or complicated, somebody else is thinking complex, and then when you're trying to propose and debate solutions and outcomes and possibilities, generally you move from a discussion about the decisioning framework to personal decisions. They don't get it, they don't understand, And once we've started deciding that it's about people, then we always attach intentions to the people. So we say, well, their intention is to do this regardless of what their intention is how it impacts me. And so then you get into a set of conversations that have absolutely no contribution to the ultimate outcome of the necessary decisioning models. And so what I'm suggesting is that it creates a better space within which decisions can be debated. It's not a tool because it doesn't give you an answer. It just gives you a framework within which to start noticing what matters, what's going to matter for this particular set of choices that are in front of us. I wonder if one of you, so what I'd like to do is give you about 90 seconds on your own to think about a couple of possible goals or decisioning, not to try and make decisions, not to debate or argue decisioning, but to think about the context in which the decisions need to be made. I'm wondering if you all could identify a couple of those, and we might be able to just play with it together so we can see what that might produce. Is that? Okay. So if you have like a goal, one or two goals that you're thinking, or one or two areas where you know decisions are making, you're looking forward to addressing certain issues, identify one or two of those, and I'll just take one or two as examples, and we'll play with them.
I think our mobility lost is something.
Oh, do we give folks like 90 seconds just to think for themselves, and then we'll think together? Perfect. I think that one may be one because it's been mentioned at least 2 or 3 times, so. All right, let's get a couple of possibilities. Mobility's lost. Give me 2 other possibilities, 2 or 3 other possibilities.
Revenue above projections.
Revenue above projection.
Housing standards.
Housing standards.
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing. Is that connected to housing standards, or is it different? Or is it?
They're connected.
They're connected, but not exactly the same decisioning framework. Give me one of them. It could be anyone that's already been mentioned,
Yeah.
but there may be something else.
Well, what I'd like to see is a different scenario for different, like, if we're gonna throw out 4 different, issues that are pressing or that come to us on a regular basis, then could we identify which ones are in which category and how you deal with them?
That's
But they
exactly
may all be obvious, or they may all be complex.
right.
So
So
how,
of the 4 that you've heard so far, housing standards, affordable housing, mobility, SPLOST, revenue above projection, do all of those, as you begin to evaluate them, do all of those seem like they fit inside of the same decisioning framework, or do those seem different?
well, they're all complex and have different, opinions associated with them.
Different opinions doesn't necessarily make it complex. There are some things that are,
Well, I mean, different input.
okay, all right, that's, all right. Yeah.
weighing in.
All right, so you say all 4 of those are complex?
Yeah, I would think, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think any of those would be obvious that we would all be on consensus to say this is how we would resolve this or approach this. But
What, if any, is there a class of decisions, a class of choices that come to you all regularly that are obvious things? Like, it's obvious, there's a tick and a top. Like, when this comes to us, there's only one way to do it. There's a best practice, there's only one thing to do. What is it? What's one?
Things that are already budgeted previously. And the team is looking to spend that money.
So it's already been budgeted, it's previously budgeted item, tick and top. Any simple, obvious?
Yeah, lowest bidder, contract.
Well,
lost.
well, yes, and, yes, and.
There is an and, there,
If your primary value is cost, then lowest cost bid, and you've already set it up so that all the other values, if you say the lowest cost bid will win, you already set it up to exclude all the other values that you all make decisions on.
yes, I'm not talking about the process before that. So there's a vetting process, things already go through
Okay,
by staff. By the time that it comes to
so by the
us,
time you, so,
it's pretty much perfunctory.
so
Staff
by the
has
time
vetted
you've
it.
gotten to it, it's simple. I'm not saying it's easy. Please don't hear me equating simple with easy.
Our evaluation is barely based on when staff vets it through the selection committee and goes through all the criteria, is to look at the bid values and to sign off on the one that's the lowest bid.
I would say, think of our consent agenda. Those are things that have been vetted or put on the agenda with no controversy. Sometimes they do, and we pull them off. But a lot of things are DOT SPLOST projects or water and drainage issues and things that we're making improvements or repairs to in areas that are, you know, pretty cut and dry, and they're on consent to approve, for us to approve as a group.
And so I want to broaden out, because I think this is really helpful. I want to broaden the decisioning process. Because by the time you all get it, what you're asked to do may in fact be something that feels simple. But you're at the very tail end of either a complicated decisioning process. Because if you sink it off to the DOT and they had to consult with water and they had to consult with the environment and they had to consult with finance and then they have to pull folks together, there are good practices, there are multiple ways to get there. By the time you all get it, you're at the simple end of a complicated process. And what you're needing to know, what you're certifying when you do the simple decision, what you're certifying is that the complicated process was done well, was done right. So it's not just, this is a simple decision. This is a simple decision to certify that the complicated process was proper. Yeah?
Yeah. But it's simple for us.
What's an example of a simple process that you've come across in a governmental organization?
Well, this is the thing. This is why I'm trying to get to you, to notice that there are so few obvious decisions. It's not the realm that you all operate in. They don't need to pay you the big bucks to operate in the obvious.
Look at Jackie.
You know, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is how I know
Let's
she
think
really
of it.
wanted my attention. She called my name.
Yeah. Okay, let's say on a daily basis, we get emails or calls from constituents
Yes.
identifying a pothole, on a main road, okay? We get those on a regular basis. We get clogged drains on a regular basis, okay? To me, that is a simple solution. We call Dallas at DOT, or we call, Dallas for potholes and stuff like that. So to me, that's a simple solution, something that we deal with on a daily basis. We know where to send it, and it gets fixed.
And it's probably simple for them too, because potholes, they go out and they sense the source, the reason for the potting, for the reason for the hole. And there are 2 or 3 different possible replies. There's a best practice reply based on the kind of, the source of the pothole. That's actually a fairly simple. There you go.
Just,
How many potholes do you get? On balance, between the rest of your life and potholes, right?
unless you want me to answer that.
No, that wasn't. That was actually a rhetorical question. So thank you.
Okay, so what, cause simple, like I said, doesn't mean easy. So you can have a specialist come in and do, and be required for a simple task to be administered, but if best practice is in place, then it's still simple because you know what you're expecting. Now, the only thing about, I would say, obvious, simple solutions or simple decisions would be that sometimes the best practice is outdated. Or sometimes the best practice doesn't get you the future effect that you're looking for. And at that point, you're moving the obvious to the complicated or the complex.
Yeah.
And we're asking those questions, like let's say potholes, right? We know what to do. We know what to do. DOT knows what to do. We know what to pass. Shows up in consent if there's something related to an additional cost there. But if someone says, well, how do we create roads that don't have potholes?
Right.
Not that's right. We're not there yet. But if someone were to ask that question, it becomes a more complex question because now you're looking at new technologies. Now you're looking at all these things. So
Best practices are always behind the curve. You're always behind the times when you use best practices, and it's more often than not that a best practice will soon be outdated.
You know, that's so complex that you say that. I mean, I appreciate you saying that. And I think it's worthwhile fleshing that out more. Particularly, you talked about the time frame of being an elected official. I mean, you're rewarded for those things that you are recognized for, that are immediate fixes. And we have a limited timeline.
Right.
And every 2 years, this board changes.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to grapple with that best practice when we're shooting for getting to some accomplishment for the board that is here, and then recognizing the limitations of that accomplishment at the same time.
And so then one of the competing values is my contribution and my sustainability, my longevity. If I'm making a contribution that has the likelihood of having benefits 8 to 10 to 12 years from now, 15 to 20 years from now, then I have to choose between, am I making those contributions? Am I making the kind of contributions that are going to keep me, that are so obvious that they keep me electable? And so when you all are saying earlier that everybody says, I love the rhetoric, that we're all, I don't mean that like that, that we're all committed to the county. Like, is the commitment to the county like inclusive of my continuation? Is the commitment to the county my commitment? That's a
I see what you're saying.
that's a balancing as well, right? Because there are multiple balancings that are happening, and it may be that people never see it. Some people plant trees that they will never eat the fruit of, right? And some people are known for their high calling is to deal with immediate issues and to deal with immediate issues well. And if you don't have a good balance, if you've got all immediate folks, then every time the commission turns over, you're always at the emergency stage and you're probably always behind the curve.
Yes.
There's gotta be somebody who's looking at not just the trends, because by the time it's a trend, you're behind the curve. You gotta be looking at the values that are shifting, the issues that are shifting that are going to bubble to become trends. If you're trying to think emergent, if you're trying to think like, how do we do long-term, sustainable, impactful work?
So can I touch back on that just a tad?
Absolutely, please.
Help with this. So I appreciate that, and don't get me wrong, you can listen to what Mike Carnathan was saying and Sam Owens and know that a lot of shifting is going on in Cobb County. And someone can sow seeds, someone can also pluck that seed up and put in their own seed based off of decisions they make in that short term. And that's a concern of mine too, is that, again, there could be great work a commissioner is doing. And then, like I said, I guess I've been here long enough to see this board shift, and priorities shift. Even if someone is thinking long-term, how can they help with that vision being sustainable when someone can come in and just change the whole scene?
Yeah.
Nature of the beast.
Hmm?
Some of that is the nature of the beast. But I would suggest to you that that's why you're discussing and thinking about adopting this kind of framework for your discussions.
Okay.
Will help with that issue. Because if you accept the framework, you can have a conversation with Monique that says, here's the challenge we're facing, and what we really need is some expert analysis.
Okay.
Even if it seems as if there's a simple solution. There's a simple solution, there's a best practice. And you, Lisa, are saying, there's a best practice here. And Monique is saying, do we have to do it the same way we've always done it? Because I think there might be some things out there that's different. Okay? Even in that situation, what we're trying to get you to see is what's happening to you is you're so busy identifying the solution, you haven't taken the time to understand how you each see the problem. And if you start there, how do I see the problem? How do I see the challenge? And can we agree on how we're going to tackle it? We're going to tackle it because I see it as complicated. And, you know, Lisa, I hadn't thought about it as complicated like that. Maybe we need to have some experts come in. Okay? And Jerica says, you know what? It's more than complicated. Because guess what? It's not just our system. You know, we've got to get Department of Transportation involved. We've got to get, name some other agencies because each of them is working on part of this. So it's really complicated. And it helps Jackie because she's trying to figure out whether it's a policy, a procedure. She's trying to get you to look at it from that. See,
Is it a policy, a procedure, a practice, a protocol, or a process?
yeah, because she's got the operational side of it, you see. But if you all decided this is how we're going to approach it, then you can have the discussion around the approach.
Okay.
You understand? Is it starting to get clearer now?
Yes, and perhaps I'm sorry, I keep thinking about this in real context of how we're operating.
Yes, we want you to.
Forgive me, I'm gonna ask one more follow-up question because I'm talking about our agenda. And this to me is almost the killer of the dissection of big policy issues. When every 2 weeks, we have a series of 50 decisions we're making on things that are more operational, on things that are more simple than others. We have to do a better job of setting aside the time and the commitment.
Yes.
To focus on the policy and complex things. Because when we get together, that's not how we're thinking. And everything is being pushed to the tune of this because this is happening on a consistent basis. And it's dense. And I struggle with that too, with just how much we are being asked to make decisions about things that don't pull us to look at the big picture of the county. You know, and I'm gonna use an example where even our work session, and I remember Commissioner Richardson saying, well, why don't we just use the work session to talk about our goals and what we wanna do and how we're gonna get there. But our work sessions, the time that we can have discussion, is talking about things that are prelude to this, that there is no formal structure to have policy discussions. And then we talk about things that are complex. I'm seeing where you're going. And I told you before, I'm having to trust you because I'm trying to understand how we get there. And I'm seeing the value of it. I'm struggling with the way that things are and how
you make it work, how you execute it.
And architecture, form follows function, right? And so it may well be that there has been a history of operating in a particular way that the nature of the process imposes the tyranny of time. This is all the time we have. This is the best we can do. If you know that you want to create space for you to be more thoughtful, then figuring out how to manage the consent agenda and how to do some of those other things, because sometimes you go slow to go fast. If we have had some conversations, we've got some clarity about the kinds of values that we use to evaluate our decisions, when a bunch of decisions are coming, it may be not easier, but it may be more possible to construct a broader set of consenting agendas that, because you talked about the values and everything like that, and the staff and the agency, everybody knows these are the values that we're using to assess, you can go slow at first to be able to go fast with that, and then know that you're carving out more time, because for complex issues particularly, you want to be able to talk about the complexity, because the complexity, what makes issues complex is that they involve multiple different moving parts. And every time you make a decision about any one part, you're no longer in the same context that you were in before. You can't make an individual decision about housing standards if you haven't made other decisions about how we're going to do affordable housing, which has a lot to do with how you're going to do transportation, which has a lot to do with how you're going to do whether you're widening roads or putting in bike paths or doing something like that. And so because you know that there's a complexity to all of those, you got to create space for the discussion about the complexity so that when the issues that seem to have been processed come through, you've done some of the slow and deep work so that you can do the faster work later.
Make a brief comment. I just want to say I really appreciate how courageously your commentary has been, Chairwoman. And knowing that we are at the crossroads of some incredible decisions, I hope you know you have a board that is so ready to collaborate and dig into some of these things. Each one of us has reflected on a lot of these different issues in different ways. And I know I shouldn't speak for you, but I appreciate everyone is that way, very intelligent. And, you know, it does touch me a little bit. I appreciate your questions and your sincere desire to want to. That was pulled out of me, to God.
Do others struggle with this idea of the way that the board is structured, and the capacity to actually get to have conversations about particularly complex issues? Is that like something that matters to any of you, or, yeah?
To go back to last year, the retreat, we kind of identified, or had a moderator, facilitator, identify what is our job and what is our county manager, form of government, what is her job. or responsibilities, policy decision-making versus day-to-day operations, and things like that. And I think sometimes, we try to get into the weeds or take control of what is really supposed to be the county manager and staff's operations and recommendations to bring to us for the final approval or decision-making. So sometimes we make it more complex than it should be or needs to be, because we're trying to get in the weeds maybe, I don't know.
Well, there's a distinction, I think, between doing the analysis, which may be a staff, manager, agency function, and knowing how the analysis was done. If seems to be a complex issue, and I'm getting a simple response, and what you're being presented with is a decision about a simple kind of what seems to be a simple decision about one component of a complex issue. That may be something that you want to know and say, this feels like a lot more complex to me. How are we working through all of this? Not to actually do the work, but to know that your decisioning, which is certifying that the work is, that the analysis is done, that all of the inspections, that the research and everything is done well. Here we go, and this is going to be for the benefit of the county. I'm not encouraging you to go beyond your, the purview of commissioner. I am encouraging you to know, like, what decisioning context your work is happening in. Okay. Just because you get to it and it feels like it's as simple as a yes, it's a no, and that's also a problem. It's much of the stuff you're given is kind of yay or nay, and sometimes the analysis is a little more complex than yes and no.
Right, but
Right.
we have an opportunity at every work session agenda prep, to ask those questions of staff or the county manager, where an agenda item isn't clear, or where, we want to make sure it's accurate. And we have that opportunity in public, and through communication over the weekend or the at work session itself. So, I mean, there's time for us when we get our agenda books on the Wednesday or the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting. We have all weekend to go through and ask questions of staff to clarify things. And like what Sam was saying earlier, two commissioners can bring anything forward, and the chairwoman has a tab too for what she wants to bring forward. But we have ample opportunity to discuss that and get clarification, to make sure we're good with that, or it shouldn't be on consent, pull it off consent, and we'll hear it publicly.
The other side to the relationship with staff, like from a county manager to staff versus the board of commissioners, is Dr. McMorris looks for direction from us, the vision per se, and that vision is complex. There's no way around that. Vision is complex, every element of it. And so the side for staff is they deal with the changing seas all the time. But our role is that piece, right? It is a check. There is a check component to it, but it really is setting that vision. And I know for me personally, that is where I wanted to dedicate most of my time. So if I see a thing that appears obvious, meaning the best practice has been there, it's really been there, unless it's one of those banging your head against the wall because you're spending money needlessly or it keeps coming up, then you want to ask what bar I'm using this as a best practice. But in general, if it's, shall the juvenile court apply for a grant, those are fairly rudimentary, operational aspects. I can't spend majority of my time there. It would be a disservice to the point of being elected. Like, you do the validation, you make sure the process makes sense, you ask for clarity to staff, but most of the time should be spent on the vision piece, because that is what staff primarily needs from us.
How do you do the vision piece? When you say I do the vision piece, what is, I'm not sure. I'm trying to imagine what that is.
So if you were to look at a list of issues that we face, right, all of the decisions, usually when I do taxes, we make about 40 decisions a day. Okay. Most of those go in that simple box, just assigned. And then there are bigger things that go in the complicated and complex. That is where I spend most of my time, is with those aspects. The obvious things, I'll tell staff, like, hey, can you guys look into this piece? I don't know, tell me what you think, or what have you. For the other things that require input, that require debate, that require trade-offs, that require a lot of different motivations, you do that hard work of talking to people for a long time. Vision, and I agree with Commissioner Richardson, pretty much the agendas that we do on the second and fourth Tuesday, those are pretty much routine. Yes, we catch grammatical errors and questions and stuff, but that's pretty much routine. But as far as the vision, and I think this is also what's driving the city goals, is because we get up here and we start talking about visions and changing visions. Yet our staff is currently going through the 2040 comprehensive update. The public participates in that, and they get great feedback on how they envision their areas to develop in the future, which then develops policies, which develops guidelines, and I've got 8 different appendixes with me if anybody wants to look at them. So the public then kind of relies that is how we're going to sit up there and make our decisions, right? Because that has put the vision for their area out until this next one will be till 2050. The current one is 2040. So, looking at 10 years ahead, we've got those documents in place, but I don't know how much we rely on. I rely on them greatly. I'm a big nerd that way, right? Because I like those documents. But you being new commissioners, I don't even know if you knew what was in there, all the policies and what all went on. So I think some of this conversation with these new cities that are coming on is when we sit up here and say, oh, we've got a new vision, they are knowing what's in writing to the vision of going to be carried out 10 years, thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to be changing that vision. And so that's when our biggest decisions come in zoning. In our zonings, again, fitting those policy guidelines that have been set, that staff has worked so long to put in place, that our DOT has then planned for infrastructure, which our water is planned for infrastructure, it all kind of blends together. So that's where I feel, that's where our most work is. The second and the fourth Tuesday, you're right, there's not a long time, but that third Tuesday, that is where it's most impactful to our community as a whole, and also to staff. Because again, depending on what we do at that meeting, impacts how they have to address things going forward as well.
I would love to piggyback on that. I'm sorry, what's your name? And this is just dissecting it, and I keep going back to the specific examples because I'm asking for your help. Really, I'm asking for your help. So the example that Commissioner Gamble gave us is this planning document for the county. We set it every 5 years. And the comprehensive plan, we updated. And this gets to me, I'm always thinking about time. And so we update that every 5 years. Commissioners change every 4 years. The board terms every 2 years. No board has the ability to
constrain the policy decisions of the next board. And so while that document functions as a guide and a policy, not only do the interests of the commissioner change, but the interests of the public changes annually. And again, there's a constant time of not even just the things I'm sharing with you, but external factors that we have no control over. And I struggle with the complexity of that. And I realize, getting to Commissioner Venables' point, we could perhaps change our zoning process. When we get our zoning book, most of what's in there talks about what staff's analysis is, but it doesn't, there's a part in it that goes to the comprehensive plan, but that doesn't really become a significant part of the conversation versus us starting even with that guiding framework and then letting that drive decisions more as something that I just don't hear a lot of conversations about. It's something that I trusted in as a District 4 commissioner because I would say, wait a minute, the comp plan says this, but our area is developing a certain way, but it also gets to another issue. If you have a full board that's creating the entire vision, but it leaves out the vision of a district commissioner who was never really involved in that comprehensive plan process, and because of the unique character of their area, they're coming in with a different set of eyes or context that was never integrated in the process. And I feel like I'm constantly in this chaotic box. I'm help. I mean, I really appreciate Commissioner Venables' observation. I would like to see us start more with talking about the policy and then for us to see the context of the decisions that we're making in that. And I think we can change our processes to facilitate that more. I see that as being perhaps one possible solution. I'm talking out loud as I'm ciphering this, but I also still see just these other variables at play that make this difficult.
So I make a distinction. Between, did you have someone? Yeah. Okay. I make a distinction between a plan and a vision. The vision is, what is it that we're looking like? What's the world look like? How do we create a space where everybody has, equitable access to the relationships, resources, structures, testimonial authority that they need to survive and thrive, to manifest their full capabilities? That's a vision. The plan is, from here in this context, there are things that we have to do over the next 5 years. And if we do those things, then our blocks are going to look like this. These may be some of the outcomes. These may be some of the material outcomes in terms of buildings, in terms of attracting headquarters, in terms of doing some of those things, in terms of economic development. And then we get to ask ourselves on an annual, biannual, quintannual basis, did we do what we said we were going to do? Are we seeing the kinds of changes we expected to see? Are we still on the right track? But to ask, are we still on the right track, means we have a vision that's beyond any of us. It's beyond our time, it's beyond and it's a vision cast. And so I make a distinction. I think the plans are important. And I'm not sure that plans are what people have when they have a vision, right? And I think you're right that visions are something that each district council person is going to bring a vision. So ultimately, your goal is not to craft a shared vision of a future. This is it took me a long time to figure this out. Got it, working in Northern Ireland. The goal is not to craft a shared vision of a future. The goal is to craft a vision of a shared future. Every district has its context. Those are shifting in terms of population, in terms of demographics, in terms of economic considerations, in terms of housing, in terms of, infrastructure, in terms of all those kinds of things. And so we have to have decisioning that supports a shared future, the likelihood that those who have been here and those who will come here will experience equitable access to the relationships, resources, structures, testimonial authority that they need to survive, to thrive, and to manifest their full capabilities, and to be able to give to the well-being of the county. Like, how do we construct that? That's our constant thing. And then we have plans. And plans are great for 5 years, and the question is, that it keeps on track. Do we still have the context shifted enough that we now feel adrift by following that? We have to adjust our plan because we still have a vision. And that's what people need to know, is that we're still going in the right direction. If we tack a little bit left, if we tack a little bit right, we have a recession, we have a pandemic, we have a great, fallout, we have a great boom, we have a World Series. Are we still tacking on the right track? I think that's part of the work that you all get invited to do regularly. Sometimes you're doing it when you're on the campaign trail. You're casting vision. And then you get in and you're left with just decisions.
Okay, thank you. I guess my more so takeaway when I think about vision. Yes, vision can be these brand new, it could be, as was described, but for me, and to your point, I think, and I'll use an example, but I think process is really where the vision exists. For instance, however Cobb County's boards were set up in the past, the fact that we have a regular Board of Commissioners meeting, the regular meeting, and then the zoning right after the regular meeting again, has more influence on how we operate than any zoning decision that was made, because the process has a way of outliving anyone who puts it in. And when I think about even our big decisions ahead of us, most of the concern I personally have is the process and how we can define the inputs to that process. Think about the budget, how we do our budget planning, how well defined is that? How transparent is it? How much do people even understand the different components of it? Mobility. How do we come to those decisions? How do we assess these communities? What data factors into it? What questions are we asking? Who's participating in those surveys? The process can engender certain results that are constrained if we don't question or have vision around the process. Same goes with zoning. You mentioned zoning. If the comp plan is, it says future land use, is it what it was expected to be? And that's basically part of that analysis that goes along with what staff does. And then you reference what the community does, you bring that in. All of those pieces go towards the process. And if the process isn't clear or transparent, really it doesn't matter. I think the greatest need for vision when we talk about good governance is in defining processes that deliver certain results, that are inclusive in nature. Like I said, that would probably be, when I refer to vision, that's where I think the greatest need for vision is.
Can I piggyback off of that?
This is dovetailing on what Commissioner Gamble said and what Commissioner Richards said, is that we start so many times at the action point and not the vision point. I'm even looking at our comp plan process right now. You start going out there, staff go out there, start doing your public meetings. We never sat down and talked about what our vision was, and I feel like we start at the action and we don't start with the thought about what do we want to do? And by the time that the plan is put in place, we are accepting that, but I don't know if we've ever really thought about the vision yet. I know we had talked about even a strategic plan. we've been operating without one. So now I'm thinking that we're trying to operate in a framework and we've never stopped to think about that larger piece. And here, and I feel like this conversation today is pulling us more instead of the what, but the how we get there. Maybe that's what you're trying to help us with. Maybe we have a good sense of the how, irrespective of what the what, it'll all shake itself out. We just gotta know how to get there.
Yeah, so start off with this notion about listening, right? And the question is different in a nested way. The staff, the agency, the commissioners listen from a different place, or could choose to listen from a different place. So there's a way of listening. This is the Otto Scharmer framework. There's a way of listening to confirm what you already know. Some people listen just to see if what's being said affirms or confirms what they already know. Then there's a way of listening with an open mind, which is to at least consider how what I'm hearing aligns with what I know. Is it different? Is it, so I'm listening with an open mind. Another level of listening is trying to listen from the perspective of the other, which is to listen with kind of an open heart and to say, how am I listening from the perspective of those that I'm not living inside of their world? How am I hearing that? And I think that the commission is also invited to listen from the space of an emerging future, like listen with an open, like what's possible? Not just what can we do, but who will we be? And I don't know that you have space for that. I don't know if that's something that you all have space for, or if it's primarily, if your role, Commissioner, if your role is, Burrell, if your role is generally about what actions can we take and not defining who we will be, not trying to listen to understand what's emerging, like what's the future of this county. I don't actually know that. That's an inquiry that I would have with you, is the space that you all operate from. Listening for plans and for what people are inviting you to do keeps you in short term. Most strategic plans even are 5 year, like what can we do in the next 5 years? And if every 5 years, from one strategic plan to the next, you get to change directions, you get to tack left, you get to tack right, nobody knows whether we're on the right track, whether we're headed in a space, like are we still headed someplace that we're kind of committed to head or not? I don't even know if that's like the role the commissioner had, if the commissioners had that role, or.
I can answer that. So I got the benefit of serving on the 2030 comprehensive plan as a steering committee member, and also the 2040. And I remember reading the 2030, and it was very, I'm going to say conservative, right? Very conservative. When the 2040 came out, the comments that came out from the public were like, oh my gosh, we're going urban, we're growing, we're developing. And sure enough, we have. So, you know, that plan, again, in the word showed that we were going to be turning into more of an urban type community instead of a suburban. And sure enough, that is how we have evolved to today. So in that respect, I'm going to say, yeah, those plans did kind of show the path that the board was going to take going forward, and that has come to fruition.
And the suburban urban is an interesting data point. I wonder, because there are multiple different ways to be urban. There are multiple different ways to be suburban, and just having a plan that does development without having like, what are the values? What is the nature? If a visitor comes to Cobb County, they spend about a month, they roll. What's the story that they leave? What's the narrative that they go back to, that they tell? Like, what's happening? Who is this Cobb County? It may be growing urban, but what does that mean about the quality of life, about the possibility of inclusion, about the possibility of living into a dream space that we have? Why should our businesses come here? What's the nature, what's the narrative of this space that we're trying to incorporate ourselves into? That's the question I have. I don't know if the commission sees themselves as doing that, or if your role, as you understand it, is just to hear from 700,000 folks and then try to synthesize that and find the least offensive way to go forward.
I think if you come and people that come to Cobb County are very surprised at the different housing varieties or types that are available. You can have your tight-knit, close apartment complex, townhome communities, and then you can go out to your 5-acre farms.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there's a variety of choice, I think is, again, continues to what makes Cobb County very desirable to live. And again, that comes back down to the board and our policy decisions to ensure that we keep that quality of choice for the future generations to come, so that way the variety is there, so that you can kind of touch on different perspectives of what they're looking for in their quality of life.
And so one of the ways that we reflect the narrative of the county is by having all of these different, the variety of housing choices, the variety of employment opportunity, right?
Correct, and even within our county, we've got defined employment corridors. You know, if you really think about it, we've got defined employment corridors, which go to our infrastructure, which then also go to the housing types.
So who will you be? Assuming you have a variety, you have employment corridors, you have a variety of housing, what does that mean? Who are you gonna be? Because they're not gonna go back and just say they've got a variety of housing, because that's just a notice, that's just good to notice. They've got a variety of housing choices. What does that say about who they are? What's the narrative of this county? Like, the data itself, is just interesting. I'm a trial lawyer. And what I know is that the facts don't win. The best story wins. And so if I craft a narrative, I can put any set of facts that the defense or the prosecutor offers up. I can put any set of facts inside of a particular narrative. I get 12 people in a box laughing at my jokes and nodding when I say nod and shaking their head east and west. It doesn't matter what the facts are. So I'm trying to figure out what's the narrative, what's the future, what's the space that Cobb County is becoming? And is that the role that you all have in kind of helping to shape that? Because that helps the decision in context. Every time a decision is presented, you get to say, how does this in fact support that?
Now, just remember, you had a hard time getting us to acknowledge you earlier, so.
Yes, absolutely.
After the Commissioner Ball.
Oh, sorry, did you have your hand? I didn't see.
Just, the answer is yes, we are absolutely responsible for generating that narrative, maintaining that narrative, promoting that narrative, whatever verb you want to put there.
And do you feel like you do that?
Sure.
Was that to you?
Just for you. I think that's what we're saying, there needs to be space for us to
Okay.
talk about vision,
Okay.
that narrative, that direction. If we know the plan, what is the overall vision and thing that we're going for, that's what's still missing, and that is on us. And that is why the process is so important.
So you know you're challenged then. Somebody wanted to.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I was saying. Here, go ahead. Oh,
No, the only thing I was going to add is the comment was made earlier that we are a very diverse county, and we are. And we're pushing 800,000 people. And there's a different desire in our own districts and even within our own districts. In District 4, for example, the southernmost part of my district is it's a stone's throw from Atlanta.
Which is horrible.
So that area might be more suitable for a little bit more dense housing. Where on the west side of my district of Powder Springs, maybe not so much. So it's definitely incumbent on us as commissioners to understand the different character of not just each of the districts, but within our own districts, and make sure that we are making decisions that are based on the comp plan, based on feedback that we're receiving from our constituents. So it's not an easy task. It's not an easy task. So we're juggling a lot of balls, not just across Cobb County, but also within our respective districts.
Some of that I was gonna say too. I think also we need to keep in mind that Cobb is not a one size fits all. We're not the same all across Cobb. We are very diverse, even within the districts, but also opposite ends of the county, so to speak, east, west, north, south. So I think, we have to look at it. We have a lot of, in our favor of the neighborhoods and the things that we offer, amenities, green space, walking trails. We're very fortunate that we have the Braves in Cobb County, we have the CIDs in Cobb County that are partners with us for road projects and improvements and stuff. So, we are diverse and we're not all the same, but what's good in one area may not fit in another. But we have to look at the whole county as a big picture and kind of these decisions of where we're gonna put certain things, housing or whatever, our zoning cases, what's appropriate, what isn't in certain areas. We have to look at the whole county and how diverse it is and how some areas are more residential, some are more commercial, industrial, and you can't put a subdivision in the middle of commercial or intense commercial. So it's very complex, all these things. And then you gotta figure out, who wants what amenities and who wants what where, from transit to, the schools play a big part in Cobb County. We have the best schools and that attracts a lot of people to Cobb County.
So you all have done a great job of laying out the challenge. So what is there to do?
Yeah, but you've got mixed views on everything too, from the public input, from the organizations, schools, everything.
So you've done a great job of laying out the challenge. What is there to do?
Madam Chair.
David's gonna drive me crazy. I just want him to just.
I think it's the process.
I'm listening and I'm hearing our diverse interests. I want you to give us a solution. I want you to give us a solution. It's driving me crazy that you're not just laying it out. But I'm telling you, I'm perceiving opportunity for us to create a Cobb that is inclusive of our diverse thoughts and interests. That we recognize that, and that is a strength. I mean, we're talking about problems, but I feel like the problems we're talking about is our solution. Our diversity is what makes us great. And how do we develop that?
And knowing that many people celebrate the success and the possibilities that emerge from diversity. And at the same time, there are constituents that you represent that are overwhelmed with kind of fear and anxiety based on the the continuing diversification. Not everybody celebrates that, right? And not everybody celebrates it for the same reasons. And so when you start measuring, which is why when I ask you about the achievement and the value upon which you measure that success, two of you can identify the same thing and have different values for why that's successful, which means that the next action, you'd be surprised where two of you agree on this one, but have different values, which means that the next one that shows up, because you have different values, is going to encourage you to do different things. So part of your conversation can't be a valueless conversation. It can't be a transactional exchange.
Okay. So are we looking at identifying our values?
That's a central aspect of how you do your work, right? And to do it over and over again. And so that because people can see, like naming a value doesn't help you to know how to manifest that value. So you have to see what's important to me is that we are inclusive and that all people to the best possibility are served. And yet, if we have to make distinctions or balance between who gets served, what becomes important to me is that the people who have least access are given greater access. That might be a value statement that somebody articulates. And then whatever decisions come in, you're looking at them based on that. And it should be the case that you all know and have heard one another's values enough that even if they're not there, you're going to say, now I know we can't even go down this road because this is the thing, we make this decision. Gabrielle's going to say, well, what about how do we incorporate this value? So you can start thinking with and for one another in articulating those.
I received that. So, okay, go ahead.
Well, when I hear inclusive, that means everyone equally. So no,
Oh,
it doesn't.
that's interesting.
No, you said,
So I'm asking, let me just press, do you all mind if I press
Just
a
say,
little bit? Give me permission to press.
okay, let me finish what I'm trying to
Okay.
get across. When you're an elected official, when you sit in the seat, you represent everyone. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, Democrat or Republican, Catholic or Protestant or Jewish, whatever. You represent everyone of your constituents and really all of college.
Yes.
Because we vote on matters that affect everyone, not just our district.
Yes.
So to me, you represent everyone.
And so
you have to be inclusive of everyone, not just a specific demographic or a specific elite or a specific organization or business or whoever.
And so
And that's what I
are the
mean
decisions,
by including everyone.
and I hear you, and the thing that you've put in there that I'm questioning, that I want to push back on, is the distinction between equality and equity.
Well, they are different, I guess, but when I say inclusive and everyone being equal, I mean everyone being included in the same opportunities and being afforded the same, being on the same playing field, being level equal. Not showing partiality to one or the other, I guess is what I'm.
When you were doing a food distribution, it wasn't equally done. You didn't send a box of food to every household in Cobb County.
No, they came to us and drove through.
It wasn't even
the line.
equally available. It was equitably available.
Well, we had them in all different parts of the county,
Yes.
and the people came to us and were handed a box of food. I mean, yes, some probably didn't have the means, you're saying some didn't have the means of transportation to get to the food, or? Some people didn't need it.
I'm saying that some people didn't need it.
Yeah, we didn't check, I mean, we didn't say, you're driving a Mercedes, you don't get a box, but no, we didn't do that.
Right.
We enforce everybody to take a box.
We didn't say you have to take a box because we're giving a box. We said if you need one, come get one.
So I'm not debating for you equality versus equity. But I imagine that there are a bunch of decisions that happen where there is a question about equality versus equity. If we need a library in one district, must we put a library in must we build a new library in every district because every district deserves to be equally treated?
Well, we do have libraries in every district.
Right.
We have regional libraries in every district. But I see what you're saying, but
I mean, we talked
again,
about
is that
transportation,
our role?
the transportation cost of District 1 versus District, the other districts, right-of-way acquisition.
Yeah, that's not gonna be equal.
Topographical issues. I mean, there are disparities in that.
Just to notice.
I see.
I'm not advocating for one value over the other. I'm just noticing. Like I heard Sam say when he was talking that he thinks that there is some value in attending to the needs of those who are less, he described them as the least of these, which I think has some, kind of some biblical kind of thing. If you're looking for it, it's probably Matthew 25. But the question is that a way, and I'm not advocating, I'm just noticing that that's a possibility of a framework within which, a value set, within which you can choose your decision. So it's really important as you all are deciding to help understand how each of your values, each of your visions and values are impacting how you evaluate every choice, every issue that's brought to you. What do we need to do?
Summarize it.
Well, yeah, so, no, I mean, I think there's certainly the question on what our values need to be, because there is, I would say if there's misalignment, we all have different motivations for what drives us on different policy efforts. And coming up with alignment around that would be really beneficial for us. But just to the inclusivity aspect, like, you think about the rental assistance program that went out, and in my district, I heard there were reports that people didn't know about the assistance, and it had been advertised, pushed out there. But if we're truly inclusive, that means everybody is included. And so you have to question, how inclusive are we being if everybody isn't aware? So like we did canvassing. It's like we can canvass for other things. We'll just call some volunteers. We went walking through the different communities and letting everybody know. And I would say about 70% of the people whose doors were knocked had no clue that it was even an opportunity. And so, how do we not only articulating the value as a word or phrase, but what is the definition of that? Because we define things differently as well. And, I'm just gonna keep falling back on, if we have a process, then that can help drive that clarity. How do we align on a particular initiative? How do we make sure that everybody's listened to and factored in? That's it.
And I think that the point that I'm trying to push isn't that you agree. Like, you can have different values, you can have different meanings of the same values, you can have different views of how those values are manifested. It becomes helpful for you and also for those who are listening to you in how you're adjusting and making decisions, for them to know that we're trying to build a framework of a shared future where all people coming from different contexts are, benefiting. And so how do we do that? And how are we making those decisions that have immediate response that have a 10-year, that have a generational impact, and which of those are complex or complicated kind of work?
Like I would say 99.9% of the time, it makes for better policy. It doesn't have to be what everybody agrees, it's just, oh, okay, let's go talk about this thing. We have different values that we're bringing, different perspectives. We want to be something better than either one of us brought to the table in the first place. I mean, and then just to add, like, even in District 2, most will divide in north-south type of effort. If you were to dig in, they're about 10. About 10 different communities that have different needs, that face different challenges, and articulate their challenges differently. And so, to Commissioner Shepherd's point, like we all have that interplay inside as well. Not to mention bringing that to the table with the different needs across the county.
Right.
But I appreciate what you're sharing.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm not.
Oh, sorry. What's next?
What's next? What is there to do today?
It's all a lot about.
Identify what that is. What is that shared future?
And that really, to be able to describe a shared future animates a bunch of folks, right? It allows people to see themselves and their possibility for flourishing inside of this thing. And so decisions that we make, some decisions we can take independently because they don't impede somebody else's full flourishing. If we set it up so that everything feels like it's a competition, if you get it, then that takes something away from me, and there's like a zero-sum kind of decisioning. People don't always notice, so you get to help them to notice that all of our decisions aren't zero-sum. Some of these are independent, some of these have a balance of independent and interdependent, and some of them are fully interdependent. Some of them are obvious, some of them are complicated. We bring in some experts, we have a bunch of experts. That's why we've got our agency staffed with a bunch of experts. And if they need additional experts, they bring those in. They do complicate it and they bring forth things. Then we have complex issues that take more than that. And they're gonna take some experiment, they're gonna take some pilots. And we need to be able to articulate that and have a vision that invites that as a possibility. And have plans along the way, 10-year plans, 15-year plans, 40-year plans.
3-year plans.
I heard it groan. And know that along the way, things will change, the context changes. The plan that was done in, when was the last, the 2040 was built when?
That was back in 2012.
2012.
That's when it started.
So it was at the end of the Great Recession, not knowing when the Great Recession was going to complete itself, and before the pandemic. And so, yeah. And so you wonder, like, what was the thing that people were seeing and imagining? What was the context within which they could even imagine?
So just for interesting purposes, the 2030, when we were working on the 2040, it was right before the recession in 2008.
Right, okay.
So, you figured, that's when the 2040 came out, was when we had the recession, and now we're working on the 2050.
Okay. I am a huge fan. I am a huge fan of children's books. I think there's a tremendous amount of wisdom in them, and so I go back to them often. There was a point at which Alice was trying to find her way out of Wonderland, and she came to a fork in the road, and she asked the gesture cat, "Which way should I go?" And the cat asked her, "Where are you going?" She said, "Sir, I don't rightly know." And the cat responded properly. Any of these roads will lead. Every decision you make, if you don't have a sense of where you're going, every decision you make is a good decision. That's a great setup for you, is to not have a sense of where we're going, so that all of our decisions can be good decisions. Not sure it gets you where you want to go, but creates a good space for it. What else do we need to do?
What are you all feeling
Clara,
right now?
what do we need to do?
What are you feeling right now?
Well, a couple of them are salty with me, but
Yeah,
Here's the deal.
around the table, I would love.
Here's the deal. What you have, the conversation that you just had sets up the challenge that you have and the responsibility you have as a board of commissioners. The county has a comprehensive plan. Okay? But your role, Jericho, to quote you, your responsibility really is to have some vision around who are we and who do we intend to be. That plan is developed with a lot of input from all of your constituencies, right? So it's a good anchor and place to begin. But I just said to Jackie, what did I say to you? The gap is you haven't figured out the execution plan, which is a much shorter plan and will require decisions on your part for how you're gonna make it happen, the process. You've got the plan, you got the North Star. You got the North Star, and I'm assuming that it rolls. Somebody, I think I picked that up from you, Kelly. It rolls. Ever so often you refresh that comprehensive development plan, right? But I've been listening for where is the action, execution, implementation plan? And most organizations, or quite a few, I shouldn't say most, skip it. So what happens is, Kelly, we'll pick on you. I feel like we're not getting anything done. Are we moving? We've been talking about this for forever. What we're suggesting to you is that when you start to talk about the how, because your districts are different. The character of them is different, right? The culture is different, and yet, can we please be one cog? Because, you know, people don't say, I said it this morning, people in Macon don't say, District 1, cog District 1 is da-da-da-da, is doing da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Have you heard about the issue in District 1? No, they say, here's what's going on in cog. Okay? The first step is for you all to have some conversation around, and I think I said this to you when we first talked about putting this day together. I said, you want too much. Did I not say that to you? You want too much in this one day. The most we can hope for is that you all become sensitive to what you've got to do next. And I think you're getting there. I think you're seeing some of the, even in your well, equity, equal, even in that, which was a sincere and authentic, that's a value set that you all gotta have a conversation about. What does that mean? And how does it show up in the way we execute? How does it show up in our process? That's what I'm just handing you back what I've been sitting over there listening to. And what I've been listening to, Monique, is I've been listening to you start in a certain place and say, we got this, we got this, we got this. And then I hear you go round and round and round. You jump from here to here, here to here, here to here. And the pieces that I'm handing you back, yes, all of your districts are different. The culture is different, the population is different, right? They're different. That's how you were elected. But I'm gonna take you all the way back to where we started this morning. It's incumbent upon you to figure out how to bring those differences and perspectives to the table and use them as a gift to create one sense of where we're going and how we're gonna get there. And what we're trying to get you to see is even that tool of simple and complicated and complex and chaotic if sometimes you put a time on it. For 3 minutes, board, for 3 minutes, I'm gonna request that we talk about this particular decision and whether you think it's a simple, complicated, complex. You know why I want you to do that? Because if you have that conversation, I will know what Monique's value set is and how she sees the problem. The staff will know that. The staff may be able to answer some of those questions. It's just a tool. It is not the answer. It is a process and a tool that you can use to help you address some of the challenges. But there is no silver bullet. And it is complicated. It is complicated by the fact that the board changes. How often do you change? So that notion of continuity, and it's frustrating, but that's how we're built. That's how we in America are built, right? We're built on this notion of bringing different perspectives. We're built on this notion of inclusiveness. We're built on it. I mean, you know, those, you have to begin to understand those values. I said it earlier, and I promise you this. David said it too. He said it in a different way. He said, you have to go slow to go fast. You remember him saying that? I promise you that if you start to develop a process that forces you into some of those conversations, you will find when a decision comes up, you'll be able to say, you know what? We gotta have some discussions, because I know when this issue is the table, I know what Joanne is gonna say. Because she's been listening to how you see things. She's been listening to Kelly, where you usually see gaps and what you need to make a decision for your district. And the more you do that, the more you all will learn each other and you'll come together. Now, I'm gonna pull it together, and if you're uncomfortable right now in this last part of this decision, this is exactly where we want you to be. Hang on to the discomfort, because until you get rid of the discomfort, you will not have addressed the challenge. We want you to be uncomfortable now, because there are no easy answers here. I'm an old basketball coach. Coach girls basketball for a while, and I hang out with my grandson's basketball team now. You like a basketball team? You put together a basketball team, I have to decide who can handle the ball. I have to decide as coach, I have to decide who can play in the low post. Who's gonna be my center? And guess what? It's not my decision as much as it is my players have to understand their role and the contribution they make to the team. And if you've ever coached teenagers, and sometimes they get on the floor and they get disgusted and annoyed with each other, and I tell them all the time, Kelly, until you got a team, you can't win. You cannot win. Basketball is a team sport. Let me suggest to you that governing accounts is a team sport. And so what you've really got to do is, you've got to, again, understand those perspectives, understand how you think, understand how you process. Look at the pieces that you already have. Here's the lesson. You all have a lot of the infrastructure already. And yes, Jackie, I'm talking about some of the things that you've shared with me. You know, you all already have, for example, a rolling comprehensive development plan and a process of how you develop that in the input. What you haven't done is figure out how you're gonna take the time. I wish I could tell you somewhere around that, but it's not. It's not. So how are we gonna take the time to dig a little deeper so that we start to operate like that basketball team? We all have each other's backs, because the goal here is what? To win the Cobb County. And if District 4 is not winning, Cobb County ain't winning. And the District 2 is, kind of slow. Clark County ain't winning. So you gotta figure out, and you gotta constantly be saying, we've got a real problem right here in this district, and we need to address it. What are the decisions? What are the decisions that are impacting that? Let's look at them. Are they simple? Are they complicated? Are they complex? Has the staff already started down that path? We want more data, we want more information, we want to know what the experts have to say. Have you done the analysis? Instead of what most governing agencies do, which is to start the fight. I didn't get mine out. Am I making sense? Please don't tell me yes if I'm not. Okay, instead of that, you got to try to work together and understand the differences. And yeah, you can disagree a lot. If you're not disagreeing, I'm gonna be real worried. Because, we're not talking about groupthink here, as Grandma used to say. I would appreciate somebody helping me think. Another head in the room would be great. Just don't let it be a cabbage head. Right? So that's my soapbox for today. I'm gonna get off of the soapbox. I hope you are a little uncomfortable in that last segment, because there's still questions that you all got to answer and processes that you've got to decide on. What I'd like you to do for homework is to write down what may be uncomfortable, and let that be the next part of the conversation. Listen for it tomorrow and the next day, and where you might be able to close that gap, because that will be helpful too. But what I think you have done, David, even if there are little, I don't know if there are no, but is that you all didn't hear me whisper today, but you just got there. Until you see the challenge, and I think you're beginning to see the challenge, but until you see the challenge, you're not going to find the answer. And I'm going to say it again, Jerome, one more time. It's not a silver bullet. It really is not. Questions?
So who's challenged?
Who's challenged?
Who's challenged? Because, as a board, we're the policy makers. But as the county manager,
I think it's a team thing. I mean, if you want my opinion, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't think you can do it without the county manager. But I think you all have some decisions first as to how you're gonna operate and how those relationships work. But when I was saying challenge, I was speaking of the challenge for this board, is to figure that out.
right, but I guess I'm thinking of, we know there's a bunch of challenges that, we haven't addressed and need to be addressed in a rather short time period. So my question, I know we get timelines and graphs and charts, but again, so as far as prioritization, do we take what the county manager provides us? Because again, all staff has said, I need to have this done by this time. Or does this board look at it and say, you know what, we're gonna address this now, we're gonna wait on that. Where does it come? Because again, from an operational standpoint, Jackie knows what needs to be done in order to hit the rest of the deadlines. We can.
I think you have to hear that and appreciate that. That's why you have Jackie. I'm sorry, I'm picking on you over here. But the challenge that I was speaking of is the challenge of how you're gonna operate. I wasn't speaking of the challenges in terms of the issues that are before you. That's the easy part. None of the issues are easy, don't get me wrong.
No, because I think this is part of the challenges in front of this board, is because we do have some things that need to be addressed to keep this county functional.
Yes.
And moving forward, we keep avoiding the conversations. So who is it to prioritize which conversation we start?
I think you all have
Is
to
it
decide that.
between us, or is it between the county manager? Because again,
I think you all have to decide that. You all have to decide that. I can't decide it. In fact, nobody outside of the board can decide it. That is the challenge before you. How are we going to move forward? And none of the issues that you have are uncomplicated, by the way. I mean, it's just, some of that's just the, you know,
Nature of the beast.
nature of the beast.
So we signed up.
That's what you signed up for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you signed up for. And that's what I meant, Kelly, when I said the blessing is, I think you all have defined, I don't know whether I can say, because I haven't studied it, but you all have defined it. I'll bet you that if I came in here and said, we're gonna have a session today on just defining all the challenges, I wouldn't have any problem getting the whole board full of stuff. And then what? And that's where you keep getting stuff. And then what? How are we gonna tackle them? Which ones can we check off and say, oh, those were simple. Those are best practices. Which ones do you wanna say and to get with your staff to say, we've gotta have some experts in here because we don't really have a clue as to how we really wanna tackle this. Y'all gotta say that. And the staff may say, we've already done the experts. We already have the analysis. They may, but guess what? Right now, you don't know. And guess what? You all may not be able to decide that you need experts. You may think you need some experts, and Monique may say, no, we don't. That's the part that you've really got to, that more that than anything else, that you've got to work out between yourselves, among yourselves. Is it starting to come together a little bit? Okay. Well, in that case, what I want to say to you is it's been a good day. Hang with the discomfort. When you're feeling some discomfort, hang with it. Do not throw it out of the window. Hang with it. And I am happy to, as I'm sure David is, to have any other conversation about how you might begin to approach it. We're giving you a tool that will help the conversation, but you have to use it. And you're gonna have to go slow to go fast. Initially, it's gonna take some additional time. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you I had a way around it. I don't. And especially at these times, because we're creating a new normal as we speak. And so there's a lot of uncertainty right now, for all the reasons that we know. But I think that where we want to kind of put a pin, unless there's something else, what am I missing, David? I think that where we want to put a pin is to say, you hit that last slide, that we really want to thank you for your gift of time today, because we recognize how valuable your time is, and you're taking the time, and we think county will be better for it. It's not every one of these that we do, we don't want something, so we thank you for the gift that you have given us. Call us if you can help.
Thank you very much, David and Clara, for this entire day. It's been an impactful day from beginning until end. We hope to continue working with you and continue working with this. This has been a fantastic start to our retreat. Commissioners, do you have anything you should do?
No, just to thank you for your time. Thank you for stretching our brain and getting us to see things differently. And just touching on some points that may be difficult for us to maybe face on our own individually and also as a group. I only hope that the takeaway is that we will do just that and make a concerted effort to move forward as a county.
Thank you. I think you've brought a lot of things, eye-opening challenges for us to look at and experience. And I do appreciate the engagement and the questions and clarification. You did a great job. I would just like to say, maybe to the whole board, We're not gonna always agree, but at the end of the day, we can respect each other's opinions, disagree, leave it there and move on. We've got a lot on the table and challenges that we've got to cover in the next year or two or 3 or 4. And we really need to do that together cohesively. And like I said, we're not gonna always agree. There's a lot of different opinions and agendas in this room, but we can be respectful of each other and disagree, but not fight, like Sam said, and do our best to vote our conscience, but for the good of Cobb.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for those comments.
Great words for us to end on. That's a wrap, Ross.
That mean you want me to turn off the camera?
Yes, that's exactly what.
Message received.
Oh, you mean the camera was on all this?
Yes.